Hi everybody. Just getting into it now. Sorry I'm a little late this morning. Basically, for those of you that know, obviously I was off sick last week, and with my son, he gave it to me, and so my wife's just had the last couple of days off of work ill, and my daughter is currently on day 2. So she's in the house, she's downstairs, so I will be walking away a little bit more frequent, just because obviously I've got to go and check on her, make sure she's alright. So I'm just making sure, right, let's transition to that now. Yeah, I need to get like a Stream Deck, so I just push one button instead of a couple to get it to switch. So I'm just having a look at what's going on today. Obviously the new track doesn't look like it's actually in the rotation for the touring cars today, which is a shame. But it is for the GTs. I haven't actually driven a GT round it yet. I've only driven a couple of touring cars. Oh, actually, Endurance Series. Yeah, it's Touring Car Week. Thought it was. Does that have one? No, it doesn't. So you can see I've actually moved the camera this time. I noticed on Monday's stream when I rewatched it that I was having a bit of a slouchy day. And slouchy day meant that you could barely see anything of me behind the steering wheel. So I thought, if I put it here, then if I have a slouchy day, then you know you're still going to see me. I mean, don't forget the microphone's going to be here when I'm actually driving, so it won't be right in the way. But I thought the first thing I would do today is actually go through the patch notes. Probably should have got these up. Would have been a good idea, I'm sure. Give me news. I looked it up on my phone last night. So obviously we got drift cars in and stuff, which is nice. I personally am not too bothered about that, but I know other people would be obviously very much interested in that sort of stuff. Forza Motorsport, oh, there it is. Patch notes or release notes. So first thing, get sideways. That's all about the drift stuff. It tells you how you can do it. So we now got practice and qualifying in private multiplayer. So I know Cliffy's looking into that for like the Forza Championship. Made some changes to the Forza race regulations. So now display the severity of a collision in UI notifications, replacing the avoidable contact message. Individual FRR infractions now have maximum penalty times depending on collision severity. Reducing cases, let's actually say it right, shall we? Reducing cases where players were over penalised before, and we'll see about that. Off-track notifications now display FFR rulings, small time gain, large time gain, max time gain. Well, I know for a fact that's still not working right, because it's giving me a small time gain penalty when you could physically see with the timing that I'd lost like 0.2. So clearly I didn't gain any time, but whatever. So that's still not quite right, but it's, from what I've done, it's better than it was. Time code. It is a time scaling multiplier on time gains, so penalty amounts vary for each. If no time gains, no penalty. Lies. That's all I gotta say. Already know that's rubbish because I've already checked. Update 13 also includes general accuracy improvements based upon the updated data capture system. Okay, then we've obviously got Sunset Peninsula, which is fun. I actually really enjoy that track. For a Roval, I actually really like it. I like there's a section, actually you're seeing the actual screen in front, aren't you? So let me bring you the layout of it up. So when you have that little short straight, so you've got the turn 1 kink, 3, 4, and then you've got the 5, 6 chicane, 7 kink, then the 8 hairpin. I don't actually think now these are how they're cornered, and then you've got those like that triple chicane, kind of reminds me of Tamburello. I like that section. The corner coming up at the after that though, braking boards are terrible. Certain times of day I just can't see them, as I found out last night because I had a cycle and a little test session I was doing. So we're getting a new car pass car, the Ford Mustang Dark Horse. Actually, I saw that I got that when I signed in, so let's have a quick look at that car. I did buy the Formula Drifts Supra just to give it a go. Ford, so there it is, smack bang right in front of me. So there you are, that is the new car pass car for those of you that have the car pass. I will actually probably just leave that with you to have a look at whilst I go through the rest of these patch notes. I will have to keep flicking on my OBS just to see if anyone's writing anything, because unfortunately I don't have 2 screens at the moment. Don't have enough space to have them both, so I can't have 2 things open at once. But then we've got the Formula Drift cars that are available to buy. I say I got the Supra, there's a Mustang, there's a Viper, and then there's a Nissan 240 SX. Career events, so yeah, that's for single player people. I'm not one of them, so don't care. Open class tour, again, single player people, don't care. Reward cars, the Mustang Tour is a Celine S302 black label. I'll have a look what I can do online for that in a bit. And then the open class is the Mustang Boss 302 Trans Am. Spotlight cars, Mustangs, all of them, throughout the course of this one, over the course of the entire month, or 3 weeks, because this patch is only 3 weeks long, before the next one. And then, yeah, so we've got like a Ford Mustang GT, Shelby GT 500, Ford Mustang SVT Cobra R, which is like the only one that doesn't look the same, and then the Shelby, or the Ford Shelby GT 500, which I don't understand how that's any different. I think it was just the year, isn't it? I've just noticed 1967 and then 2013. That would be the difference. One's much, much older than the other. VIP discount cars, so the Viper Drift, which is this week. A couple of the Ford Mustangs over the next couple of weeks. Okay, so the Viper Drift is over the entire 3-week period. Then we've got the Ford Mustang GT for this week. Then next week is a Ford Mustang GT Coupe. And then the week after that is a Ford Mustang Shelby GT 500. Multiplayer events, let's have a look here. So, featured series, we've got the Mustang Challenge, which is going on for the entirety of the time. GTX Sports Car Series, which is available this week. Then the Shelby GT 500 Spec Series, which also looks like is available this week. Yes, it is. And then we've got the Forza Proto H. I know they've all had some balancing done for the Spec Series. I did see that, but I haven't driven any of them, so I wouldn't know the specifics. MX5 Cup next week as well. And then we've got the GTP/C Series. So I'll be digging out my 787B for that. And then also for the final week, it's obviously from the 30th of October till the 6th of November. That would be Formula Master. And then, so we've got our standard spec series. So the first week is this week is... It says GT2 spec series. Oh, no, yeah, that's what's going on. All the spec stuff. So this week's GT2s, next week's GT3s, and then GT2s again. Obviously, the endurance and the touring cars stick around because they've decided to ditch the GT4s until they've got some more cars, which is in the patch notes later down the road. I did read that last night. Right, anything? No one said anything. Okay, that is fine. Moving on. So Rivals events, I couldn't care less. So moving on. Challenge Hub. So these are how you get your Mustang. So the Mustang Challenge, complete all series in the Mustang Tour or complete 10 races in the Ford Mustang Challenge series. Okay. And then the Open Class Challenge, complete, what's the actual or complete 10 races in the Multi-Class series featured multiplayer, and that's how you get the Mustang 302 Trans Am. Right, Sunset Peninsula Challenge, we have that. That's complete 25 clean laps on Sunset Peninsula, full circuit. To be fair, I don't think I'm going to be too far away from that. I have put a few laps in there. Drift Connoisseur, not that bothered. Mustang Mania, Spooky season, obviously with Halloween coming up in the final week. And this week it's not, or this month it's not Jensen Button's time. You've got to be at Maple Valley. It is Juan Pablo Montoya's. I'm not sure what the car is. Doesn't say. We're going to have a look in a minute. It'll be up. And then there's the weekly challenges, which are just, you know, do so many races without having crashes. So bug fixes. These are always the good important things. Fix a crash that could happen during sign-in at the splash screen. Fixed occasional crashes that could occur in pop-up dialogues during tutorials and when buying cars. Okay, not experienced that myself. Fix the soft lock which could occur after applying tune when exiting tuning menu for the from test drive. Okay, can't say I've done that. Fix the soft lock issue where players could get stuck in the changing car loading screen after selecting a car to use in private or featured multiplayer. Finally. Good, because that one's really quite annoying. Fixed an issue where the game would crash when the file option model for the... Sorry, I'm starting to read slow because I'm a terrible reader. Option model for the files is being shown in the community tab and share option is being selected. Doesn't apply to me, so don't care. Fixed an issue where the game would crash during controller pairing. Okay, not inconvenient for those that it's obviously affected. Fixed occasional crash when accessing fuel and tyre menu in pre-race. Yeah, but now you've got another bug where it locks you in to your, like, even though you've set your fuel load to however many laps, it will send you out with a full tank of gas, or petrol as we would say. So, yeah, that's an interesting bug that's come with this recent update. Fixed an issue where the game would crash when viewing replays or in photo mode. I have had that a couple of times, to be honest. Fixed a crash during the transition into my car or by car. Can't say I've had that. Fixed an issue regarding UI transitions when preparing for a track swap. So I'm guessing that means it doesn't always just tell you it's Laguna now, no matter where you go after it's the second race or whatever. So they've changed some audio in a couple of the cars. Pagani Huayra, the Chevy C7, the actual Forza GT C7. They've changed the sound of that car. And the Honda Integra Type R. You can put Acura on there all you want. It's a Honda. I don't care what you say. Added an all-clear sound to the car proximity radar. To be fair, I don't have the sound for the radar, so I don't feel like that matters to me. Fixed an issue where cockpit audio was not being controlled by the car audio volume slider in some cars. Okay. And obviously they put a little note to say that there's other cars that they know need to be fixed, but all the cars that get added moving forward, they should sort of start sounding like the actual genuine cars sound. AI improvements so they don't rear end you in braking zones. Okay, and VIR has had some improvements. So they've reduced the number of collidable objects on track. So I'm guessing that means all the boards around the edge of the track are being reduced. Tuned road wetness across the track for better consistency, improved quality and detail of grass throughout the track. So slight improvements to VIR. I'm assuming it's probably the same model that was added to 6, because I think 6 is the first one that had VIR. and you had to buy the DLC for that, the Porsche DLC for that, because I know I bought it. I don't even like Porsches, so I don't know why. Oh yeah, new track's probably why I bought it, but it is what it is. I got it. So physics, they've... Okay, so it looks like the car in front shouldn't be getting aero wash problems anymore. I mean, they said they fixed it before, but we'll see. Okay, so featured multiplayer. Here we go. So moved the weekly cycled one make series from spec tab to featured tab, which I think I did see it. Did notice that. Remove the Forza GT4 Spec Series and Spotlight Series from event rotation. Increase length, race length of medium races to target 18 minutes, previously 16 minutes. So you've just added a lap then, is essentially what you're saying. Updated tyre wear scaler for all short and medium length races to 4 times, making tyre wear consistent across short, medium and long races. I don't think I like that personally. I felt like having the shorter races have slightly more tyre wear was better. I feel like it may open up strategy options for those shorter length races. Well, the medium length races, the short length races, you're basically like, you're guaranteed the mediums are going to last just fine. And like in the touring cars, Levorg might even be able to manage softs. But like everything else will just comfortably get to the end on mediums now, so in a short length race, which I think it is in the touring cars this week. So I kind of, I'm not a big fan of that personally, but it is what it is. Yes, I do use the wheel. Sorry, I'm switching between screens, so don't think I'm ignoring you if I don't reply immediately. Oh, okay. I'm not sure why my wife's coming home, but she'd be home. Okay, she went back to work today. But yes, Rook, yeah, I play on the wheel. I've only started playing on the wheel since Christmas, because my dad and brother chipped in and bought me this wheel for my Christmas present. I'm still not as quick as I am on controller, but you know, I've been playing on controller since Gran Turismo, the original. So many years of playing racing games on a controller, and 10 months on a wheel. I kind of get why I'm not as quick, but hey ho. Getting quicker though. It's not, the gap is definitely smaller than it used to be. Okay, let's look at the other patches. So Multiclass series has been updated to focus solely on ABCS. Okay. Introduced a new cycled class series which changes classes daily. Okay, that would be interesting. The fact that they change daily, that's nice. And then I said this is the balancing of the Proto H cars. So the to be fair, 4 of the 5 cars are different Cadillacs, where they've just reduced the weight, and one of them they've reduced the power by a little bit as well, by 0.5%. So obviously it's just a little bit overpowered. And then there's private multiplayer stuff that they fixed. Some of it I wouldn't know because I never really set up private multiplayer stuff before. Livery editor, a couple of fixes there. You now can actually, instead of having to get the livery and doing the individual letters and sizing it, putting it in place, you now can just type in a whole word and then you can just put that on and size that together. So that I like, because obviously putting my name, I mean, I've made it now, but making it, having to go A and then D and then doing all that was a pain, but like I've done it now. But you know, moving forward, if I ever want to have it in a different style, I don't have to go through all the crap I had to go through before. And then there's a bunch of UI fixes, which some of them I have noticed. So it's a fixed issue with the background, proximity radar background, which I didn't have anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. But there was times it would stay even though the radar wasn't on and wasn't needed. So they fixed that. Switching tabs and challenge hub would sometimes cut off the challenges. Oh, that's nice. Fixed an issue where rented cars inherited the same level and car XP as previously selected cars. That's a problem. Obviously they fixed it, so not a problem anymore. And then okay. So if you're under investigation for like going off track or something, and it doesn't give you a penalty, it's not going to come up on screen to tell the rest of the race that you got a 0 penalty, which it used to do before. So it shouldn't do that no more. And there's a couple of localization things which have nothing to do with me because they are in. I don't know what HU is, but I'm guessing ES is Spain, IT would be Italy, FI Finland. That'd be my guess. HU Hungary. There we are. Just figured it out. And that's pretty much it for the patch notes. So now I can do that. That's cool, mate. You know, just reading. It's not. To be honest, I'm. When I heard they had that ability for blind people to play the game, I was like, that's really cool. That you don't have to miss out. Because I mean, obviously, not being blind, I can't relate, but I can imagine that it's kind of a bit of a bummer that you can't participate in something you enjoy, just because you're unable to see. But now that the games are adding all this stuff where you get all the audio cues, and I'll be honest, I did try it when the game first come out, when I was still on controller. Like, I actually blindfolded myself and tried to give it a go. I was terrible, but I'm not blind, you know. I rely on my eyesight. I mean, if I was blind tomorrow, something happened, you know, touch wood, that it doesn't, but if something happened, at least I know I could still continue playing it. It'd be an adjustment, and I'd have to learn, you know, make that adjustment, but it's nice that I could. Well, anyway, let's get into some racing. You know, I've been on for nearly half an hour, and all I've done is chat patch notes. So it's annoying that they literally released the patch after I streamed on Monday. So typical. You could have done it whilst I was on stream, and then I could have got through it all the day that it came out. But no, here I am having to do it days later because they had to do it after I finished. Right, so I think I have to start in a touring car race. It's kind of, you know, the unwritten rule. First race of the day must always be in my good old trusty Focus. I have a Thrustmaster T128, and I have purchased on top of the T3P, I think they're called, pedals, so the metal pedals, so I don't have the original crappy plastic ones, because I always felt like I was going to break them, if I'm honest. I was always concerned I was going to break them. Late in the race, the outside of turns can be covered in rubber. So let me just double check. I do have it in the description, but obviously being blind, you're not going to be able to read it. So I'm going to double check myself. So Thrustmaster T128 with T3P pedals. There we are. Yeah, I was right. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so it's only a belt-driven wheel, like it's a starter wheel. It's not one of those direct drive wheels, so it's not the best. It's, you know, it's bitch basic, but it does the job. Obviously, it's a starter wheel. In a couple months, in a year's time, whatever, I plan to upgrade to a direct drive. The good thing is, though, I've looked at the Thrustmaster direct drive, and these pedals will still work with it, so I don't have to upgrade these pedals unless I actually want load cell pedals, but they're expensive as hell, so I won't be getting them for a very, very, very long time. But get a direct drive Thrustmaster wheel would be ideal. So that's kind of my mindset. I was looking at the Fanatec, but someone, Supermint, made a good point to me, and he said, well, you've got upgraded pedals for your wheels, so you might as well just look at the Thrustmaster direct drive. It's about the same price as a Fanatec. So I was like, alright, fair enough, I'll do that. Okay, so Silverstone National, only 2 people have done a qualifying lap. I think I should do the same. And for some reason, my Focus won't have my paint job, and it's doing my head in. It's got the bog standard livery on it. So where's my nice paint job? I want my paint job. See there, it's got the paint job. No, okay, if I change the car. So you give me that livery, which isn't the one the car came with. Oh no, but now it's gone. Okay. Strange. There we are. I've got my paint job on my car now. I'm happy. I've got just about enough time to go and get 1 qualifying lap in. So, I haven't actually done any practice this morning. But I've driven this particular layout of Silverstone a lot in recent times. So, let's get into it. Oh. Sounds a bit low. Here we are. Oh, I need to redo the bloody... I think I'm going to be hitting the limiter at the end of the hanger straight. I will read that once I finish my lap. I have seen it pop up. Got a late apex, there we go. Okay. So I was a little worried unnecessarily about the gears there. No, not 2 left. I'm done. Oh, I can't even quit qualifying. I was only going to get 1 in, so... Oh, that's cool. Okay. I might just have to do that, because I have got a car that I'm kind of wanting to do the livery on. So, might just be something I have to look into and see, just listen to it. I mean, obviously I don't need it to listen to it telling me how, to describing everything because I can see it, but just be interesting, you know, just to sort of hear the detail, how it's describing it, you know? Just as just an interesting side note. So, anyway, let's get my race fuel before I forget, because it has happened. Race fuel, medium tyres. I don't... 4 times. Soft's gonna last. Yeah, I'm not sure softs are gonna last. Did I still finish 5th? Oh no, I got bumped down 1 more place. Super GT's coveted 6th place. So how's everyone doing this morning anyway? If it's still morning wherever you are. I know those on the continent have only got about 20 minutes of the morning left. Someone's obviously quit before the race has started. That's why we're getting eternal black screen. There we go. Oh, great. So, oh, yeah, mate, I was there. Thanks. Yep, still there. Thanks. So I don't... For those of you, obviously I know that there's one person watching who can't see, so I'll explain. I don't know what gear I'm in. The number in the bottom right-hand corner on my Speedo has disappeared. So I'm just having to guess right now. And when you get hit into turn 1, into Abbey at Silverstone. Okay, I should be in 5th. I was, yeah, good, okay. So down to 4th. Okay. So I'm just going to have to do this for a while. Whoa! That was a scary moment. So that's a bug that is still frequent in this game. Is you start a race and yeah, you just, that's it. You can't see your gear. I'm sure if I change the camera view to in the car, yeah, I can. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna have to drive like this. I don't like driving like this, but I'm gonna have to today because it's the only way I'm gonna actually know for sure what gear I'm in. So don't you dare go for that space. It doesn't exist. Bit late on the brakes into Vale, yeah. I was going to say, mate, what are you doing going for that into bloody Abbey? That is not the place to be trying to go up someone's inside. A little deeper than I would have liked. Mate, you're not entitled to that space. What are you doing? What, you reckon pause and it'll sort it out? Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you. Didn't know that. Oh, okay, I know that for future reference. What the hell was that Audi doing? It's like you're on the outside of me, on the exit of the corner. Well, you're trying to go up the outside of me. You weren't actually there. What did you think was going to happen? There. Not by much, but a little late. I normally use the bonnet cam or hood cam as it's obviously named, but yeah, generally what I use would be bonnet cam. But yeah, obviously I couldn't see. But thanks to Toka, or Mike as he is on here, telling me to pause it, it fixed it for me. So now I can actually see my gears. It's partly why I don't want to do like Nick at BPM and get one of those sequentials. I just want to go to H-pattern gearbox. Mate, you can't drive into the side of people. You still can't drive into the side of people. Or the back of them for that matter. Alright babes, I'll see you soon. I'm guessing you're still not well and you shouldn't have gone to work today like I told you, but you know. Any married men out there will know women always know best, even when they don't. Got to be careful with that sausage curve on the inside there, because that can really unsettle the car. I think that Audi needs to realise that if he didn't carry so much speed into the corner, he'd come out of it quicker and he might actually beat me down the hanger straight. But I never brake there. Never. Right, I'm here, excuse me. No, don't be trying to bloody do that, it's too late now. Yeah, I saw you like stick your nose up there, so I gave you room. Because I didn't want to spin out, you know? It's annoying that it's like the final 2 laps that I'm really getting to my groove. Yep, turn in on me, that's fine. Waiting for the rear end job. Here it comes. Okay, that was an interesting first race. My troubles started with turn 1, lap 1. As they normally do. Ah, Guernsey boy, I recognise that name. And I think I recognise the name from someone in the championship there. Him. Am I right? Mike, is he in the championship? I suppose one way to find out. Actually open up my Discord. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so I got myself a Mustang. A few of them. Championship standings. Just the best way to find out. Okay, so Pucci L10L. Let's find out. Is that his name? Indeed, that is his name. So yes, he is in the championship. Okay, I will save that replay. That was quite an interesting one. Do I need that Spa anymore? Yeah, I do. It's Sebring. I don't know. So we'll get rid of that. Daytona. We'll go have a look. We may still do that, but we'll go have a look, I think. Yeah, I thought it was. It's kind of funny how sometimes we do just end up in the same race as each other, don't we? Kind of explains Monday's racing standards, because I had a bit of a bad Monday and my safety rating took a hit. So, Virginia. It's like I've just missed out on wherever it was. I can't remember what track it was. Okay, do you know what? We're going to give Sunset a go in a GT car. These will be my first laps in the Viper around here, because I've only driven the Focus and then the Astra touring car around here. Soon the braking points aren't going to be much different.
Following Sunset Peninsula's first sweeping turn, the 90-degree turn 2 is a popular overtaking location.
I say, Rook, you know, whatever you're most comfortable in. It's like Supermint loves the Lavorg. I don't like a touring car that's rear-wheel drive. Like, I could never really get on with the BMW back in the older games that were rear-wheel drive. It's just, yeah, I just struggled with rear-wheel drive touring cars. Like GT cars, I think because the engine's further back, it doesn't feel so alien to me. But in a touring car, it just feels weird. It's just not comfortable experience for me at all. Trying to drive a rear-wheel drive touring car, just nope, doesn't want to do it. Okay, so I haven't actually looked at the Challenge Hub stuff. So I've got to do 10 mid. Well, that's expired, so I didn't get that car. I know. Thank you for reminding me. So 10 Mustang Challenge Series races to get that. Don't think I'm that bothered. That's a Celine S302 Black Label, by the way. That it's referring to. The multi-car races to get that Trans Am old Mustang, 1970s Mustang. Maybe. Complete 5 drift races.
10 minutes till race start.
Yeah, thank you. Beat 15 rivals in the Haunted Hellcat Rivals Challenge. Okay, so what you're saying is if I do really, really slow laps, like I'd just beat the first guy, because you know that first time is always like 5 minutes, so you just do it in 4 minutes and 55 seconds and then you beat another challenge, then you get another challenger whose time's like 4 minutes 36, and then you go 4 minutes 31, slowly you get, you keep beating rivals that way. I feel like or just 25 laps at night. I mean, yeah, okay, I'll probably do it that way. Mustang Mania, complete 10 races in any Mustang. Okay, 25 clean laps around Sunset Peninsula. Well, there's a good chance to start here with a 20-lap race that I'm probably not going to get many clean laps on. So I was discussing with Superman last night. I think it was last night. I was like, it might have been the night before. But I was saying, like, this track feels very much like a touring car track. It's definitely suited to touring car racing. Not so much GTs, I don't think. but then I've only driven a touring car around it, so come back to me in about 5 minutes when I've done a couple of laps. I may change that tune, but it does feel very much like a touring car sort of track to me. He's going to be full throttle through here. Oh, it's on edge, but just about. Oh, hit the wall. Dirtied that lap. Okay, that Tamburello light section is not full throttle in a GT car like it is in a touring car. God, I thought he was just sat there for a minute. And then he goes wide. Well done, mate. And are people actually getting these drift cars and racing them? No, you wouldn't be in this class, though, would it? Because it's not full. No, never mind, ignore me. I'm being stupid. Yep, I knew that was going to happen. Because I had to take the second bite of the turn in. Because I turned too early. Oh, really? Oh, sorry. Shit. My bad. That was a turd move on my part. Yeah, sorry. Wrong button. Bollocks. Please don't tell me I've turned up in a race with this lot, because I don't really fancy continuing if that's the case. I'm going to find a different race. I wonder if Supermint's watching. Okay, well, let's go again.
Race starts in 5 minutes.
That's nice. No one behind me, no? No, good. A little late on the brakes. Too late. woeful amounts of understeer there. Yeah, you're going to see some interesting faces today, I feel, around here in this car. I wish I'd practiced in the GT car now. In one of these, in this, to be specific. I wish I'd practiced in this instead of the bloody Focus so much last night. Some spun themselves out. Bollocks. So I mean about how being on edge through that section, you are full throttle. So on edge.
To restart.
Okay. Okay. It's not too bad. I feel like it's going... 20 laps is going to be a struggle. And I'm not looking forward to turn 1. So I might just pause it and let everyone go by. You know, just get steady and get into the race, you know. I think that's my wife just coming home. Well, she said about 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago, so I'd assume that's definitely my wife coming home. Just going to leave that there. And then move on to where I actually am. The irony. Oh, I have a message on Discord. One moment. Oh no, it's just a notification from a server. Probably BPM server that I'm streaming. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. don't need streamer mode because I'm not streaming my stability. Oh yeah, I was supposed to be doing that. Come on, everyone. Doesn't feel like people are going by. Okay, now people are going by. Am I last? I am. Yeah, just bash him out of the way, mate. I'm sure he much appreciated that. That's my fault. I will accept that. I was worried about the guy hitting me behind.
Total time penalty is about 2 seconds.
I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on in front of me. So I'll accept that was totally my fault, and the penalty was probably deserved. Well, no, it was deserved. It's not a problem. There's no probably about it. I deserved that penalty. So apologies to the Porsche that I hit. I probably suspect you might be the car behind me. So revenge might be coming my way.
Got a penalty for fucking nothing, so my race is already fucked.
I've got to meet people. Thankfully I remember what the button is now, so I can do it during the race. Yep, I knew that was going to happen. That's terrible. Get going, thank you.
So you certain parts of the track I get like 30 frames.
Oh.
And the rest of it island.
Not the right button. I thought up was supposed to be mute. I mean, I don't know why I can't actually see the little pad in the corner anyway, because it's not like I have it turned off. You know, the little D-pad in the bottom left, but it's turned off. Right. So far, out of 2 laps, I've had 0 clean ones. So I'm not working my way to that achievement very well. I'm not worrying too much about trying to be super quick. Like I said, I'm still trying to learn this track and this car. If this was in if this was in my trusty Focus, then I would be absolutely trying to be as quick as possible. I've done enough bloody laps in that car around here. I could get a 1:30, a high 35. I think like if I'd strung my best lap together, maybe like a mid 35. Funny enough about what I've got in this. I could probably match this in the Focus right now. Yeah, I got 1:35.4 at the minute. I reckon I could probably match that in the Focus. And he's made his way to the lead. Two clean laps there. As long as I don't hit the wall out this corner, which I shouldn't. Well, man, you enjoy the game however you enjoy the game, innit? Like, you enjoy the career mode. I think because I'm used to other older Forzas where the career mode is far more in depth than this one. I'm kind of a bit disappointed with the career mode in this game. But if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. By all means, you know, it's like that's the joy, that's the beauty of this sort of game. It's, you know, everyone can find their way of enjoying it. I mean, I wanted to enjoy the single player experience because don't get dirty lap, thank you. Because I've always you know, I've enjoyed the single player experience on the Simcade games since basically the very first Gran Turismo, you know? Because that's all the original Gran Turismo. Well, I mean, there was obviously split screen multiplayer, but that was it. Otherwise, it was single player. And I said I wanted to like it, but I just didn't. So I'm not sure if I just go down to 4th for that first bit and then go down to 3rd for the second bit, or if I just go down to 3rd for the first bit and just keep it in 3rd, you know? I'm never quite sure which is the best way about it. I know in the touring cars it's very much just go down to 4th and then keep it, and then down to 3rd for the second bit. Came into that corner a bit narrow. I think I'm just a bit unlucky with the group I got in with, because I know a couple of the people that in this group like to race with erratic and that, and they're out of my league when it comes to GT cars. So didn't need to go do that. It's because I double flicked to the first bit by mistake. Scary.
Can you push the medium or we can use soft?
Need to remember to mute people. Don't hit the wall, thank you. Don't care about the lap time, I want the clean lap. I thought I was going to lose it there. Okay, I think if I string a lap together, I could do a 29. Just looking at what lap time I've got, I think I've got another 7 tenths in it. I mean, it'd be a very high 29, but I think I could get under 130. I mean, that's such an appalling skill gap that I can't close. I don't think I'd get much more of that, but I reckon I could get that. Just string the lap together. My entire there, I still want to do one more lap. It's going to be tough. So, one thing you can tell is that the banking is what kills the tyres at this track and turn 1, because that would put that's all strain on the left-hand side tyres, and they were the first ones to go into minor tyre wear. Despite the bullet now, yeah, alright. I'm just going to put a set of hards on. I feel like that's the real port of call here. Yeah, let's put a set of hards and then let's make it to the end of the race. Yeah, not frozen. Thought if I move this so you can actually see my face a little bit better. Now this bit exit's a bit dodgy. With the fact it has to slow down so much before it turns and then you get going again. Always remember that first lap coming out of the pits, brake a little earlier. Obviously I'm on hard, so I'm going to have to brake a little earlier anyway now. Got this medium to work. Really? Someone hit that tyre wall. How the hell did someone hit that tyre wall? Twitchy controller. Oh, damn it. Okay. So I was 1 second behind him in an acceleration zone, and then I end up 2 seconds behind him because of a lag spike. Thanks, game. Much appreciated. I love the fact I put all that effort in to catch up to this guy, to get in his slipstream, and then for you to give me a lag spike to make me lose all of that effort and said slipstream. So, thanks, game. Much appreciated. And now I fucked up, and I'm not going to catch him now. Shouldn't have shifted up to then have to immediately shift back down again. I should have just hit the limiter and then would have saved myself there. Yeah, sure, Ash, not a problem. Let me just finish this race and then give me about 5 minutes or so, because my wife has come home from work ill. Well, she's been off for the last 2 days ill, and she's had to come home early today, so I just want to go and check on her, just make sure she's alright, if she doesn't need anything, you know. Because I'm nothing if not a caring husband. So I want to make sure she's alright before I just carry on willy-nilly, you know. And also, I haven't checked on Terry since I started. Cherry's my daughter, by the way. So, I need to go and check on her too. So, yeah. So you give me 7 laps left of this, including this one. Yeah, I was right. My maths were correct. So I want to know how I made up so much time on the guy behind. Because when I went into the pit lane, he was only like 3 seconds behind. I mean, he's gaining on me, but that's because I had to go into hards, and I know I pit a lap earlier than him, so obviously I had fresh tyres for 1 lap, but those tyres were hard tyres. Let's bear that in mind. So my fresh hard tyres probably weren't much quicker than his worn mediums were. And then he managed to go straight back onto another pair of mediums. So really, he should be quicker than me, and he hasn't gained that much time on me at all. I pit at the end of lap 9, and he pit at the end of lap 10, so he's been 4 laps, and he's gained a grand total of half a second on me. Oh no, second and a half is 6.7. So, oh, let's be honest, he's only got to gain 2.7 seconds, and then he's within my penalty in the rim, but don't feel like I'm that slow. How am I 60 seconds behind the guy in the lead? Well, there goes that clean lap. So I will read message when I get on the straight ash. I can see it, and then I forgot to read it last time round. It was nattering away. So, well, to be honest, my son came home. Has been off. Well, he was off from Tuesday last week for the rest of the week. Then he gave it to me, and that's why I didn't stream last Thursday or Friday, because I had the flu. And then obviously I've subsequently given it to my wife, and she subsequently gave it to our daughter. So it's made the rounds. But the good thing is none of us have to get flu jabs now, so we've already had it. So our immune system's good. Imagine he thinks it's hers as a cold, but I'm like, well, no, if I had the flu, then clearly you've got the same thing. That's what it is. I have to say, this track is quite a lot of hard work in these GT cars. So I need to think of a name for a section of track. So I don't know if any of you guys have come to realise, I mean, some of you that have obviously been on for a little bit with me since the start of the race will know that I've already mentioned it once, but there is that section towards the back end of the track that I said very much reminds me of Tamburello at Imola, just like a shrunk down version of it. So I thought, I've got to think of a name for this section. I'm not just going to call it Tamburello. Yep, that's taking the double bite again. Get your turn in for get your turning point for turn 1 right, because if you have to take a second bite, you will go wide. As I have discovered oh so well today. So this section coming up here, that we're coming up to, it very much reminds me of Tamburello. Maybe not extreme, that first bit as extreme, but this definitely, this last little bit, definitely spot on for Tamburello. So, has anyone got any Tamburello inspired names for it? I was thinking Mini-rello or Fakerello, but they don't quite, I don't feel like they work. Or tell me if you like either of those names for it. Oh, yep, another lag spike. Nice. And it happened in the same place again. And I think I'm about to get lagged. Oh no, the guy just caught up with me. So I lost a huge chunk. Well, I need to. That's me. I'm getting annoyed. He was the guy I wiped out. Yeah, I keep getting these laggy bits and losing like a second at that corner. That's the second time it's happened. So I was well out of this guy's range of my penalty. And then suddenly I'm in it. I think I lost a second, more than a second that time. Why do the two behind look like they're doing exactly the same thing? Even though one of them's the guy lapping us. Because that's the speed people can go. Okay, I just got kicked. I'm watching the stream right now. Yeah, he's absolutely cheating. Let's just say I heard rumours about that guy, and I think I've just confirmed it for myself. Unfortunately, I can't save the replay. I wonder what just happened there. Okay. Well, that was fun. Right. So yeah, Ash, if you're still there, I'll invite you to the party with me now before I go and check on the ladies of the household. Yeah. Also, I'll connect to Discord and talk to you on there because the Xbox app is shit. So, invite friend. Actually, I'm going to do that because some of these are actually my actual IRL friends and their names are actually on screen. So it's probably a good idea that I do that whilst I send this to Ash. No, you carry on, mate. I said the invite is sent. Just accept it when you're ready. I'm going to go and just double check on the missus. So I will be back in a tick myself. So what do I want to do here? Transition to that. Right, so everyone, I will see you in a moment. So I'm just going to go and check on the ladies. peeps, I'm back. Oh, there's Ash. Just waiting for it to say voice connected. There we are. Alright, bud, how you doing? Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Just give me one moment. Yeah, I can hear you fine, mate. No, it's absolutely fine, mate. No worries. I mean, I've got Supermint's going to be jumping in a little while once he's on his lunch break. He normally jumps in with me on a Thursday, so you know, it's absolutely fine. People jumping on, you know, it keeps me company whilst I race. Especially when I feel like I just encountered a cheater, but I'm not going to get into that too much right now. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I'd heard rumours about this particular player, and first time I've encountered them myself, and I kind of feel like, yeah, that felt suspicious to me. But hey ho, right. So yeah, just jump on with me and let me know when you're, because I don't always look at the thing that tells me when you're in the actual party on the game. Oh. No worries. I'm assuming by your videos that you're on PC. Yeah, I gotta say, because I've never known an Xbox player to play in that kind of a widescreen, you know. Yeah. Well, you know, I could play the same game as you at about a third of the price. Yeah, Series X. Yeah, sorry, what? The Thrustmaster T128. Yeah, it's a belt one. I said it's a starter wheel. Oh yeah. So I mean, I upgraded the pedals because obviously I was worried I was going to snap the plastic ones. So I upgraded. And obviously I was talking to Supermint the other day, and he said to me that actually their direct drive wheels are actually quite comparable to the Fanatec ones. So as I already forked out for a nice pair of pedals, I might as well just get the Thrustmaster direct drive wheel when I upgrade to that. So I thought, yeah, why not? That sounds like a good idea. Give it a go. As I say, I already have these pedals, so if I get a Fanatec, I'm going to have to fork out for a pair of pedals as well, aren't I? So the T3P, I think they're called. Yes. Yeah, well, I thought I got a clutch pedal. They're actually, you know, metal. The brake one has a spring in it. It's like it's better than the crappy plastic ones I had before. No worries. guys. No. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll look into it. Yeah, I got foldable one, but yeah. Yes. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it absolutely would be fine. It's next level racing. What's it called? GT Lite, I think it's called. Yeah. So, though I did actually manage to break the bit that attaches to the swing arm on the, that the wheel goes onto. So you get this little strap that's supposed to be by your side to obviously keep it tight. Well, the hook thing on the end snapped off, so it's just whatever now. I mean, my seat hasn't collapsed on me, so obviously I'm still good to go. But when I first did it, I said, "Oh, please don't tell me that is really, really important." Like, I kind of think it's important, but I don't think it's not as important as I think it is, and it's not. It's great. I was like, "Oh, thank God." Xbox, yeah, I sent you 2 minutes because again, I don't want to show people's real names. Oh God, it's not going to do it to me. There we go. Because obviously there's some people that are IRL friends, and I even have I see your name on there, so I don't want to actually have people's real names going up, I don't want to unintentionally dox someone, So I don't care if people know my name, because it's like, if you know my name, good luck. Go Google me. See who you find. It won't be me. There we go. So what do you fancy then? So we've got. Let's actually refresh these. So we've got the touring cars at Homestead, Miami, an endurance race, which I would be using the touring car in, at Suzuka. The GT2s are at the Nürburgring, the full Nordschleife with the GP layout. Yeah, the 24-hour one, yeah. No worries. I don't like Homestead. I'm kind of feeling the endurance race. I feel like if I don't get an endurance race in now, I won't get one in at all today. And I try and do one a day, when I'm on stream. No worries. Are you gonna get your trusty MG out? I know. Yeah. Oh, computer. Have I actually got that set right? I have, yeah. That's okay. I was going to say, if anyone's wondering why they can see the mouse in the middle of the screen and on the Xbox, it's because I do have a mouse plugged in. For when anyone watching the stream, they can see a mouse in the middle of the screen. It's because obviously I do have a mouse and keyboard plugged into my Xbox for when I play Ark. Because I play that on mouse and keyboard, so that's why people can see that. Actually, why am I doing that? 26 laps. Okay, so let me think. It's typical. I'm looking here. The race, they estimate 26 laps. Fuel, maxed out fuel, 24 laps. Yeah, I think I might just put 13 laps of fuel in, and because we're gonna have to pit halfway through the race anyway if we're starting on hards. So yeah, I feel like a set of hards, and just, even though that's telling me 2 pit stops, 1 pit stop, okay, 14 laps of fuel, and then I should only have to pit the 1 time. Yeah, but how many, was that it with the full tank? Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So I was going to go with the 14 laps of fuel, hards, and try and 1 stop. Yeah. Oh, actually, I better see if Supermint's getting on anytime soon. Because it's normally soonish that he gets on, and obviously you might have to go out of the menu. Oh, that mouse being in the middle of the screen while I'm driving is going to annoy the shit out of me. Right, let's get rid of that. Looks like we're the only 2 touring cars at the moment. Yeah, everyone else is running in the. Yeah, they are indeed. I have been. I'm not right now, but I have been today. The last race was terrible. Like, I'm literally like worked my arse off on the back end of the lap to catch up, to get within a second of the guy in front, and then going around the banked corner, and next thing I know I'm suddenly 2.1 seconds behind him. I'm like, what? I get this tiny little bit of lag, and then I'm 2 seconds behind him. I mean, I just lost a second because of lag. And then I had it at the end of the race, just right before I got kicked out of it. And I only had 2 laps to go of a 20-lap race as well, which was quite annoying. But you know, it's just, the whole race just felt weird, and I sadly got kicked, so I couldn't save the replay. Yeah. It's not so much about the yeah, it's just, there was a few things I just wanted to, review. I thought, okay, I'll save the replay, I'll have a look at that later, and then obviously I got kicked, so I can't have a look at it. I'm like, oh well. The only way I can review it is to watch back the stream. And I'm like, do I want to do that? Not really. Okay, I'm hoping you don't make me inherit that, because I at least made the apex of the second part of the corner, knowing full well you are going to inherit that for me. And yep, skip lap. Yeah, absolutely. it's like Monday was so frustrating. Like, oh, I'm going to go wide at Radion. Okay, I'm going to lift before I go off track, and I'm not going to put the throttle down again until I'm back on track, and you're still going to give me a massive penalty. Oh. Okay, that one. No, it's fine, it's fine. I understand, trust me. I had it on stream a few weeks ago. We were doing the short version of Laguna in Group C cars, I think it was. And going into turn 1, obviously it's just a little fast kink, isn't it? With the guy on my outside, like we were fully alongside each other, just turned in on me. We both go off track, and we both got a 4-second penalty. I'm not going... I get why he got a penalty. What the fuck did I get? Why me? I literally... Like, I would have been fine if he hadn't hit me. It would have made the corner, I'd have been absolutely fine. So it's unfortunate you didn't make it on Monday, but there was lots of carnage. Yeah, I think that the plan is just the next couple of weeks when the 2 F1 races are on at 8 o'clock. Oh my god, these hards are terrible. I'm not having a good time right now. But, so yeah, I think it's only the next couple of weeks whilst the F1 races are on, and then it'll be back to the 8 o'clock, which is fine. It's like I've got something planned coming in the works, but I'm thinking of doing it on Saturdays because just people just seem to be more available more on a Saturday evening. Since the pandemic, we don't all want to go out on a Saturday night now, so I mean I didn't anyway, but you know everyone else has joined me. No, neither do I. Neither do I. My life philosophy on that is, I think this might give some things away to some viewers out there, but I'm a smoker, not a drinker. I make love, not war. Like I say to my wife, is I have my one vice. That is my one vice. Mate, have you not seen our rivals times? You're always quicker than me. I feel like you're quicker on in a single hot lap, but over race pace, I think that's where I'm quicker than you. So I can be a bit more consistent with my pace. Because in every rivals thing, like your time's always quicker than mine. But like when it comes to the race, you can't seem to replicate it. And I think it's just being consistent. Like, I think that's just your thing. Is purely because you are quick. Like, obviously the first few rounds when you were sort of finishing towards the back and that, I was quite surprised. So I'm going, well, he's quite quick. You know, like I didn't expect you to be right at the front, but I expected you to be around me. You know. Yeah, I don't like the Audi anyway. That's why I've tuned my Audi to be the top of S group, so I can use it as an S-Class car, because I am never going to use it in the touring cars. So, I don't like it. It's one, it's too OP, and second, it's just like, no, I just don't like it. I think it's doesn't drive very nicely. It's like me in the Subaru. I just can't get on with that. That's why next season in the championship, when I think it's pretty much set in stone, it's going to be BTCC cars. Exactly. Well, you know me. It's my, you know me and my focus. I'm like, yeah, you give me my focus and you're screwed. You know that, right? That's what. Oh yeah, well that's absolutely fine. You know, and I look forward to everyone's attempts. But I can't even get a clean lap in, so. So your practice laps, is that 217 on hards? Well, I've literally just done a 220 on hards now, so. I said, if it's only going to be the two of us in here, I ain't going to bother qualifying. I'm just going to get as much practice laps on these hards as possible. And even if one more person joins us, I still ain't going to, like, if suddenly if I see another 3 cars then I'm like, okay, I might want to qualify now. Oh, also I've just noticed I got that lovely bug where you change your fuel, yeah, and it doesn't change your fuel. So I have 22 laps of fuel as well on board. Lovely bug. So I literally set it up with 14 laps of fuel, and I've been going around for what, 4 or 5 laps now, and I have 22. So maybe a full tank of gas of fuel will last me. Because I keep talking Americans, I keep bloody saying gas. It irritates me, Americanisms. No, it's petrol! Correct yourself, you absolute moron, you're not a Yank. Let them call it gas. You call it petrol, because that's what it is. No, it's petroleum. Fuck off. No, that's literally gas. What they call gasoline is what we call petroleum. So obviously they call it gas, we call it petrol. So, I remember someone said to me, he goes, why is it called BP? British Petroleum. What's petroleum? Petrol. What's petrol? The correct word for gas. Okay, so I reckon I could possibly get a 219 if I actually strung a lap together. Because through the S's, I've already gained like 2 tenths, so that's going to be what, a 2. Okay, now I'm coming out the S's, I'm 7 tenths up. So I literally only need a couple of hundredths and that'll be a 219 right there. Oh, there it goes. Oh, I touched the grass coming into the first Degner. I did. Yeah. It's that typical patch of grass. You touch it, you're going round. Even though the wheel that touches it isn't a driving wheel and really shouldn't affect the car as much as it does. No, like in a rear-wheel drive car, I get that spin. But in a front-wheel drive car, it should not be spinning like that, because it's like the wheel that touched the grass is not a traction wheel. It shouldn't affect it. I should just get a little tiny wobble and be on my way. Okay. Oh, we've got a few people that have joined us. Yeah, we got 5 in. Okay, I'm going to back out to the menu, and then I'm going to come in and hopefully they have my fuel loads right, and then I can get an actual representative lap on hards. Fucking bug. I'm sorry, but if you're telling me it's a 26 lap race and I've got 15 laps of fuel, I'm not two-stopping. I don't care what you say. That doesn't make no sense. But it has told me that my original 40... actually, I'm not even gonna qualify. I'm just gonna go around on hards, make everyone think I'm slow as fuck, and make them all think. I mean, 212. I don't think I'd ever get that even on softs. So that guy's just alien. Oh, come on, you P2s, please overtake me in a sensible manner. Don't dive up my inside when you've got no business going up there. Thank you. I am, yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to practice. Oh, why? Why do people send it like... Oh, it's the guy who's in the fastest, with the fastest time. Still though, I had no business sending it up the inside of the hairpin from that far back. And then I got aero wash into spoon. Thank you very much. Well, now you're buggered off, I can just get on with it. Myself there, didn't I? So I'm saying that's the guy that just lunged it up the inside of me into first turn. Not first turn, the hairpin. From like a million miles back. Like I said, I'm not going to get 212, and even on softs I'm not going to get close to that. Yeah, basically what it is he doesn't realise that some people like to get late apexes. So, because I'm turning for a late apex at the hairpin, because, you know, I want to straighten up the corner as much as possible, he thought, oh, I'll just chuck it up the inside from 10 metres back.
Race starts in 5 minutes.
And I'm just like, oh, thanks, mate. Much appreciated. We'll get one more lap after this. Just a tiny bit wide at the first deck now. God damn it. You know, you literally like not even an inch wide of, you know. That's when I was watching a Forza Motorsport video when he was going around Suzuki. He's like, oh yeah, brake at the 100 board. I'm like, mate, if you're braking at the 100 board, you're braking too early in a touring car. You've got to brake about 75 metres out. Not to the... So I reckon if I'd put them all together, a low 119, maybe a 118 is possible. But I think like a 219, should I say, a 218, like 218 possible. But I think a 220 is not bad for race pace, so yeah. Right, exactly, like. That's what I'm thinking. Like the other people have probably done bloody. All their times are on softs or mediums. Right, the 212 that is definitely on softs. The 219 potentially on softs as well. Oh. No, the guy between us in the Civic. Yeah, so... Oh, God, yeah. Actually, that guy did a bloody qualifying. His 219 in his qualifying.
30 seconds.
Yeah, the guy that's between me and you. Yeah. I'm just looking at the... Just paused. And, yeah, he's done a 219 in qualifying, so that's not good. Rook, sounds like you're doing very well. Not really. A sub, by the way. Well, thank you very much for that. No one else seems to be streaming Forza. Everyone is streaming ACC and GT, which I can't play, so I don't bother listening. No, absolutely not. I understand, mate. I get it. Like, you know, Forza's the only game that kind of accommodates blind people like yourself, so that's the content you're going to listen to people playing. Like I said, every Monday, every Thursday, I stream Forza. If you are interested in things like Ark Survival Ascended, I stream that on Fridays, just because it's a bit of a change of pace for me. I get to sit at the desk, a bit more chill, because racing, you know, streaming a racing game, sometimes emotions can get a bit high, and so I always like to make sure I have that one stream where it's just chill, chill, chill. And if I die, it's my own fault because I'm not playing PvP. I'm doing it PvE on my own in single player. So if that interests you, by all means, tomorrow I will be doing that. Otherwise, it will be Mondays and Thursdays for Forza. Okay, so it's full. Oh, actually, I'm looking at the wrong cars. Let's actually get to our cars. Group 2, there we go. Okay, so they're going full wax of fuel. I'm most certainly not. I'm just gonna have half a tank with hards, so that's fine for me. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be lighter. I'll be quicker than you because I'll have half the fuel you will. But it'll be. But then obviously, when it comes to fuel, I actually have to, you know, put half a tank of fuel in again, whereas you just got a little top up to make sure you get to the end. Okay, so the really quick guy is really quiet on the system and trying to go up my own side. I ain't gonna get to him. Yeah. He's behind you. He's behind you. Sorry, yeah, I was trying to avoid people in front of me as well. So the guy behind you is the real quick guy. Oh God. How's your rejoin, mate? Pretty terrible. Pretty terrible. Okay. So I feel like this guy in the Civic in front is slow if his qualifying time's a 2:19. Yeah, I see him. Oh yeah, he nearly rear-ended me. Really? You couldn't have just waited for a split second? It's like you're supposed to pass safely. Safely is your responsibility to pass us safely. Not my fault, not our fault you went off track. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Subaru is trying to cut across me. Yeah. That's because he's doing that little buggy, glitchy, ghosting and unghosting thing. Good luck. Yeah, mate, I'm pretty sure that you started on mediums, so carry on. You're going to need to pit twice as much as me. Ah, cut. Don't get a penalty, don't get a...
Penalties
For
like
fuck's
that are
sake.
going to add up. Careful out there.
Yeah, I did. I knew I was pushing it. I didn't lift like I normally would there. Spa Mondays kind of taught me if I'm going to get a fucking penalty, I might as well just commit. Yeah, it's 12:30 over here, yeah. Well, where are you from then, Rook? I saw what you were planning to do. I wasn't going to let it happen. I said, no, I'm staying right here, mate. I ain't moving. You're going to have to wait. Yeah, but he'll soon drop off. Is that bloody P2 falling off the track again? He has. He's behind us again, isn't he? Mate, if you can't handle the car, stop driving it. And you're going to rear end me out of this corner again, aren't you? Mate, you clearly can't handle the car. I don't drive it because I don't like them. I can't drive them that well. So I don't try. Unless I'm on my own. Definitely don't try on multiplayer, that's for sure. United States, well, isn't that East Coast is like 7:30 in the morning, right? And then another 4 would be 3:30 in the morning on the West? About 7 in the morning, yeah, okay, so yeah, that's right. So you're on Eastern time then. He has gone wide. That's fine, you've got the straight line speed on me. I'll just use your slipstream, thank you very much. I thought I was going to hit you there for a minute. I was getting ready to push the pause menu because I thought I was going to hit you. I did not account for slipstream when I hit my braking point. Yes, the overspeed made me forget that I needed to brake a bit earlier. Well, at least that Civic's like trying to pressure you into a mistake rather than just sending it up the inside where he's got no business sending it. Can't say that for some people. Mr. Subaru.
Distance penalty received.
Ah, Virginia. I mean, I knew it was one of the original 13, but you'd be surprised how little we actually get taught in schools about American history, like even the War of Independence, like, because obviously to us, who cares? Like, yeah, for you it's a big deal, for us it's like, nah. You know, our country's about 400 years older, so we've got a lot more things to talk about. In the grand scheme of it, actually no, our country's like 600-700 years older. Like your country's a baby in the grand scheme of things. America's a baby country. 200 years, it's a little baby, little baby. Side by side through the S's. This is going to be interesting. Okay, I guess he was pinching you there. It looked like it to me anyway. Yeah, I feel like he's getting quicker now. Like he's getting. I find that though. Sometimes I don't qualify as well as like my race pace actually ends up being better than my qualifying time. Like, the amount of times during the championship that was like on Monday, my first clean racing lap, which was lap 3, was quicker than my qualifying time. So. Actually, it would have got me on pole if I'd done it in qualifying. Instead, I think I qualified like... I think this guy's on mediums behind, you know. Just how quickly he caught up to me. I'm not the first one. Yeah, well, and then he ended up in the gravel. So this Goosey guy is one of those guys that has to say good race every time he overtakes someone because he knows he ain't going to see them again. I mean, 2:12 in a touring car, that's very suspicious time in my eyes, if I'm honest. This seems a little too quick. Like a 2:14 to high 2:13, possibly, I think is possible. But a 2:12, I think it's a bit much. That's a bit suspect in my eyes. So, I mean, are you going to condescend to people as you go by them? You know, maybe do it like where they know it's legitimate and they're not going to be suspicious of your lap times. Because then you go like, okay, fair enough. Oh yeah, like, especially with this game, every time I've met those people, it's like, yeah. And then it's like, I'm not going to say anything, and then you watch the replay, and then you go, yeah, 100% they're cheating. Alright, babes. Oh, by the way, if you're saying you're coming home, maybe don't just say you're coming home to drop something off. Because I actually thought you came home, and then I go downstairs and you're not there. Out goes the cherry. Where's Mummy? Oh, she's gone. Oh, okay. Oh, certainly she said on my stream that she was coming home in 10 minutes. Well, we're going to know what compound he's on, because if he has to pit in within the next lap or two, he's on softs. He's got to give it another 5 minutes for mediums. That was close. That was close. I knew I wasn't going to hit you that time though, but it was close. And I hit my braking point again, and it still made me drift out or go deep. And I thought, I didn't really get that much slipstream, so I don't know how that happened, but okay, whatever. That's why that's not working. Yeah, so basically before the turn 3, which technically is like the second corner, but it's called turn 3. I normally get up to 4th before I get to it, but I would normally remember to shift back down to 3rd for the S's, but I just didn't that lap, and then I kept drifting wide and go wide, and then I look down and go, because I'm in the wrong gear. Okay, so you're in meetings for the rest of the day. Okay, heads up, we've got prototypes coming up behind. Yep, being lapped, yep. Really, mate? Oh yeah, just, yes, okay, yep, thanks mate, put me in the wall, prick. Yep. So he hit me up the arse. On the exit of a 130R, and then as I'm on the left-hand side, and as we're going along, he's just bashing me off into the grass. Go and actually watch some endurance races, you know, figure out how, you know, multi-class racing works. Prick. It's not how it does it. Like, it's your responsibility to overtake me safely. I am not going to divert from my racing line, which I didn't. No, exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, I've fallen quite a far bit back because that guy put me in the wall. But no, it's going to be one of these prototype races that goes, you were slow, you were in my way, so I smashed you off the track. That's not how it works, mate. Oh, look at that. Our Subaru friend has ended up in the lead now. I'm fairly sure he's cheating, by the way. You know, not 100%. Not fairly sure he is. Yeah, 41 ahead of me. Well, the fact he was with us, and obviously it's taken him a few laps to catch up with those, but considering the gap between you and them, that would normally take more than like 4 or 5 laps to make that gap up, wouldn't it? It would take like a good 10 laps of... yeah, so the fact he's done it in like 5 or 6 is kind of, yeah, it's kind of real suspect, isn't it? But like I said, his practice time was way too quick. Well, in fact, I just saw the Civic on my approach to the hairpin. I actually saw him, and and on the exit of the hairpin, like, yeah, his tyres are dropping. Actually, he hasn't even made it to 20 minutes in. So that's bad. Like, if you can't get 20 minutes out of mediums, then you are fucking working your tyres too hard. Yeah, I think I'm just a little over half on the fronts as well, so I should be good. be warned, Mr. Leader in the prototypes, the next time you come round, you might get a bit of something coming back your way. So please be watching, so you know it's coming. Yeah, Civic's just got in the pits. But minor tyre wear with the ×4 should last a bit more than a lap. It should be... You should get like a couple more laps out of it. Because aren't the endurance ones, they're not, actually they're not at ×4, they're at ×3, aren't they, the endurance races? So, yeah, you should be able to get like at least another 2 laps. It may just be a simple case, because I know I've had to do it occasionally, is do hards and then just have a quick finish on softs at the end. I had it, well, to be honest, I only did that at Kyle Army because the guy behind me went in for a second pit stop, so he gave me such a big gap. I'm like, oh, I might as well take advantage of it now. Oh god, here's that guy that kept crashing at the start of the race, coming up to lap me. Yeah, go around the outside, mate. Right, moving for you. Yeah, it's just that first guy caught me at the worst possible place at 130R, but he didn't even attempt to not hit the back of me, and then just started, because he got pissed because he hit the back of me, he just bash into the side of me like 2-3 times, and I was like, why mate? Just fucking go. If you just fucking got on with it, you would, and I brake too much at 130R there, if you just got on with it, well, you would have outbraked me into the corner and been on your merry way. So, I can't move. You knew which side I picked when you went round me. You know my car was there. Yeah, I've got minor tyre wear now as well. Yeah. I'm still gonna try and make it to 30 minutes. As long as I don't hit moderate. If I hit moderate for like 33 minutes, then I will probably just suffer that lap in a bit. So maybe the Civic was on hards, he was just, he just wore them through them real quick. I'm wondering what that Subaru's on if he's already had to pit, because he should have the best tyre wear of everyone. Okay, so if you go one wide at 130R, if you just lift off the throttle and then go back on it until about 2 seconds after you've gone back on the track, it won't give you a penalty. Yeah, so I just drifted wide there, so I lifted, and then a couple of seconds after I got back on, then I got back on the throttle, and it didn't give me nothing, so I'm like, okay. So I've got to do a couple of extra seconds of no throttle before you'll say I didn't gain any time. Even though the whole time I'm lifting, I'm not gaining any time. I've not even been looking to the top left. I know I'm in front of the Civic, that's all I care about right now. Oh, good race someone got again. I'm guessing maybe one of the prototypes just passed him. Oh yeah, I'm starting to see you now. Your tyres are shot. I mean, I've just hit moderate, so going into that hairpin. To be fair, it's actually, there's only my front left that's moderate. Front right is still in minor, which is good because I've got stone coming up. Well, the fact that gap was 10 seconds and now it's less than 5. Oh! Wow, that's a big one. I've had 2 penalties and your one is bigger than both of mine. Oh, I've seen in one of these races, when the first time round that they did these races, it's the one that I used on my music video, you know, when that Oreo Audi put me in the wall at the end of it. Yeah, that was this exact race. And there was a prototype that obviously saw that happen. I didn't see that particular incident, but he saw another time when he spammed me out when I was trying to go around the outside of him at Spoon. So this prototype was trying to help me catch up, so he every time down the straights he was bump drafting me, and then when I got within a couple of seconds of the guy, that's when he went up there to try and cause some grief. Well, let's just say the guy ended up spitting us both out again, so he got frustrated and, oh come on pro, don't you do it again. Really? Oh, that's my head in. Yeah, what? I gave him room on the inside, but yet he still had to hit me. It's like, I actually gave you room on the inside, because I knew he was going to go up the inside. I knew it was the second Degner, so I knew he was going to do it. So I was just like, okay, I'm just going to give you a cast width on the inside, and you do that. But nope, he needed more room. So anyway, as I was saying, so obviously this prototype guy got so frustrated with him spinning him out, and it wasn't just me. Like, anytime anyone tried to overtake this Oreo Audi, it would put them in the wall or spin them out. No, it's not. And he didn't get a single penalty, so obviously he's practiced it very, very well. And it's like, mate, if you're practicing how to spin people out and not get a penalty for it, you, sir, have no fucking life. And you need to go touch some grass. Is what you need to go do. But, yeah, so this prototype guy obviously tried full throttling it through the Casio triangle to wipe this guy out, but he didn't even get to the guy because he got instant DQ'd before he got there. So it's the same as if you try and take the jump at the Nürburgring GP at the final chicane. If you try and do that jump, you'll get an instant DQ now. Well, you did ever since the game came out, but because obviously in previous games it was a problem, wasn't it, of people doing that. So they obviously knew to fix that by the time this one come out. But then didn't think the pit lane exit on on Mid Ohio was going to be a problem. Well, they put a wall, didn't they? So you can't go in there no more. So yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'd always try and do it without doing that, but then you see the guy in front of you doing it, and then you see their time, and you go, well, you're not going to get a penalty for it, then I'm going to have to do it then, aren't I? Until they fix it. And then they fixed it, and I'm like, thank God they fixed it. Because that shouldn't be a thing. But yet the pit lane exit at Road Atlanta will give you a penalty, even though it shouldn't. If you, yeah. Because obviously I have the little chevrons to show that where the track limits are. Oh, God. Yeah, my tyres are shot, yes. I should have pitted the last lap. But the good thing is, though, I am now halfway through the race. I don't have to pit again. Will be 2 laps. Oh, God, yeah, my tyres are dead. They are dead. Yeah, if you actually looked at my front tyres, there's literally nothing left on them. They're on the carcass. Yeah, they're literally on the carcass, mate. There's so little grip in them right now. Yeah. But this is my only one required stop. Yes, I do. To be fair, I didn't even look at the fuel. I had 1 lap left. So it was a good job I needed to come in. Oh, do you know what, Rook? After this race, I'm going to go and make me and my daughter some lunch. So, yeah, just get us some lunch for a little bit, and then I'll be back. I'm not entirely sure yet. I will have a look and decide. Oh, yeah, the sun's about to go down. It's about to become a night race. Okay, yep, I just got lag there. The S's is not the place to be getting lag, thank you very much. Ooh, too much curb. Cold tyres went to shit. These endurance races are either going to be a 12-hour or a 24-hour time cycle. They always are. This one's Suzuka, as I've generally found, is they do it 12. They don't seem to do 24 here. But then the JT, I'm thinking that's because that, you know, in the JTTC they only do like 12 hours longest race, don't they? Or Super GT as it is now. Whereas obviously in Europe, we're well known for having the 24-hour races. So at Le Mans and Spa, you're going to get the 24-hour cycle. So I need to get the gap to that Civic about 30 seconds by the time they go in for their second stop. Uh, 38 seconds behind them, 40 seconds behind you. I need to make sure we go to Costco some point this week, because Costco do these prawn wontons. And literally, you add a little bit of water into the pot, stick it in the microwave for 3 minutes, and oh, they're really nice. It gives me an excuse to get the chopsticks out. Well, because my dad was posted in to Seoul back in '88, I learned how to use them when I lived over there. So at the tender young age of 4. So my son loves using them. Like, I taught him how to use chopsticks, and like he'll do it with a pot noodle. I mean, I do too, but. So, I've had people go, it's a pot noodle, I'll just use a fucking fork. I'm like, nah, I like using chopsticks. I need, if I don't practice with the chopsticks, I get rusty, and then it takes me ages to get used to it again. Oh, so you two are pretty close together, I see. Easily done. Is that going to be another pen?
Keep it clean out
Yeah,
there.
okay.
Those penalties will add
I
up.
think that was a little harsh, considering I lifted and everything. Okay. Yeah, it's only a little one. I literally just clipped the inside corner of the second part of the final chicane. I did lift but obviously it wasn't good enough. So I only got a 0.13 mile penalty, which I don't know what that relates to in seconds. I'm guessing that's like half a second, because it seems to be the smallest penalty that they give you, which seems to be half a second now. But then they did give you like 0.1s and stuff, didn't they? But I haven't seen them do that. Yeah, I haven't seen them do that in this. I mean, the patch notes seem to say you're going to get the most severe penalty in each individual area. So if it's a small gain, you're going to get half a second. If it's a medium gain, you're going to get like a second, and if it's a max gain, then you're going to get a second and a half for it. Unless obviously it's those corners that you get instant DQ'd for, then I think you're still going to get instant DQ'd for them. So with your videos, what are you using again to record it on? OBS, okay, so same as me. To be honest, I've been thinking about switching to Streamlabs just because that has a bot on that you can actually use. It will put messages and stuff. Because obviously, like, watching your content, like, you have some good races, and I feel like if there's a bit more editing in it and your own voice, then it would get the views I feel like it kind of deserves to get. Because you know, as you probably noticed, you get a woeful amount of views, and I feel like it's because there's no voice, and people like listen to 30 seconds of it and go, nah, I'm out. Hey mate, I taught myself. It's just, I think with these sort of games, it's just cutting out the bits where, you know, you're going lap after lap. Yeah, where you're not actually racing anyone, you're just trying to catch them up, or they're catching you up, or whatever. Just chop those bits out. Obviously, even if you have your own like live action, you know, your live voice, and it gets your live reaction, there's still something that's going to be a bit more engaging to an audience. Because like I say, you have good races. I watched your brands when you got the podium. I was like, that was a good race. But people aren't going to watch it. It was a couple of weeks ago, I think you put it up. It was a Brands that actually finished on the podium. No, I think it was dry. I think the reason I watched it is because I thought maybe it was the first round of the championship, because it was around that time. And then I was like, yeah, and then I was going, oh no, this is the GP, it's just a featured multiplayer race. And that's fine, whatever. I'll watch it anyway, I enjoy it. I was like, oh, this is a good race. You know, he had a couple of good overtakes. You know, kept it on the road, and I'm there going, it would get more views. It's easily done. Oh, right! I mean, oh. Yeah, they just don't fucking care. It's like, mate, you had the entire left side of the track. I saw you in my mirror, I stayed on the right because I knew what you were going to do, and you still did it! I don't get it. I don't get the incompetence. It's like, oh, what? And the guy you were racing put you in the gravel. Oh, isn't that unfortunate? Oh, well, maybe you fucking deserve that, you twat. There we are. Short's going to get beeped a lot. Yeah, I'm giving you a wide berth. All right. Now you're just being a dick. Get the fuck on. Because trust me, if you're going to piss around with me into Degna 1, you're going to end up in the gravel. So just carry on, mate. I don't want nothing to do with you. You're a twat. I was gaining on the guy in front, and now you just ruined that for me, so thank you very much. I think I'm fucked for getting him now, because that's now what was literally a 32-second gap is now a 33-second gap. It might not have been 32, but I couldn't quite remember, but it was coming down from 38, so it's now got up to... So... And now he's going into the pits. Yeah, I literally just saw it pop up. But I'm not going to get him now because I've just come out of Spoon. Yeah. I will probably be on the pit straight as he's coming out the pit lane. He's already out. I bet he just come onto the straight now. Oh, and the wanker's gone in the pit lane. Yeah. He's just gone in the pit lane. Thing is though, because a few of the people are using the same car and they haven't bothered to put their own paint job on it, I'm not always sure which one it is that's fucking me around. I know, like, the guy just let by now. Again, I was like, oh god, red car. But no, it wasn't him, because it's the first time I've seen his name in relation to knocking me off. He did knock me off. I was like, oh, Tomo, that's the first time I've actually seen you on track. I've seen your name in the top corner a couple of times, but it's the first time I've actually seen you on track and remembered it, so I think I'm alright. And yeah, he just went off and got on his merry way, so... The thing is, he caught me at turn 1, and he just went round the outside, and that was that. Oh no, I kept it tight. Because I was worried. I kept it tight. So I gave him the outside just to get out of my way. So ordinarily I wouldn't have, but I gave him the outside just because I was worried, because I didn't want another one of those red fucking Nissans or whatever they are smashing me off again. So yeah, I just gave it to him. Spun out on my own there. Got the curb at 130R a bit wrong. And the dickhead. Yeah, and then I just, trying to correct it and snake my way into a spin. The good thing is though, because I had my own incident, I didn't have that guy smash me off the road. Because he got to go by me whilst I was recovering. I'm going to guess that our cheating friend has quit because he's not winning anymore. But then I'm still 6th, so maybe he's just pit. How is a touring car catching a prototype in the S's? No, I know it shouldn't be, but I am. Oh, he's off in the grass. Is he one of these people that's he's just slowing down to fuck with me, isn't he? That's fine. I mean, you ruined my race enough times today, so carry on, mate. You want to mess with me? See how well that goes for you. It's funny, it's like my board for 130R is actually easier to see at night. Yeah, because what I do is I just lift off the throttle at 100 and then I turn in at 50. Well, obviously you have to look to the top left-hand side to see the markers, because the ones on the right I can never see. So it's really quite hard to spot them during the day, but at night they're so easy to spot. I do think they need to rework these endurance races. So that, like, when the time runs out, it's like, okay, this is your final lap that you're currently on. And then you can still actually have a timed race rather, and then you know, we can still see what our lap times are. We get time-based penalties rather than distance ones. Oh, you pitted.
10 minutes remain.
So you had 10 minutes, mate. I would have put softs on. Yeah, they normally would last 10-15 minutes in an endurance race. So somewhere between 10 and 15 the softs. Mediums normally go off between 15 and 20 minutes. And like I said, the hard, you know, it can be a push, but you should get about half an hour out of them. Fortunately, I don't think the final lap on this stint's going to be as bad for me as it was last time. Though I've had incidents with the P2s, I haven't had as many in the second half of this race. Nitro Flame, so that's the bell end. He's just got the penalty there. Yeah, that's the prototype that keeps smashing me off. So I say I had incident with prototypes. No, I had incidents with a prototype because it's always the same one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm actually going to get lapped by our friend. Well, they must beat you, so you must not stay on the track. So I have a sneaky feeling this Subaru's going to barge me out of the way, trying to lap me. Oh, he doesn't need to, I went wide. Go on, where's the condescending message? I'm waiting for it. Oh, am I not worthy of it this time? No, obviously not. you know what? I feel like I'm going to actually save myself the grief of the final lap and put in for some softs. Yeah. Oh, touch the grass at 130R. Thank you very much.
Let's avoid picking
Yeah,
up more
yeah.
penalties like that one.
Yeah, okay. I'm still losing control, but, you know, give me a penalty. That's spot on. Thank you. It's like that there. That's not a penalty. How's that a penalty? Like, you can see, at the time you give me the penalty, I am still losing control of the car. So that's not the time you make your assessment, is it? Like, clearly. Like, oh no, he's about to spin out. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, you know, whatever. God, one of the prototypes a bit behind me. I'm not going to be able to see this until after the race, but I'm going to try and go for the fastest lap, knowing full well I'm not going to get close because of the cheating dude. Well, the guy, yeah. But I'm going to try and get the fastest lap out of everyone else. Might as well. To be fair, I don't think I'm going to have enough time to. I'm just thinking like how much I got left of this lap. Yeah, okay, I should have probably put a lap earlier. Oh! Okay, I lied. Tomo just fucking smashed me at the hairpin. More of a penalty than I do, you dick. Yeah, he's got 0.2 of a mile of penalties. Like, he's got huge penalties. Yeah, like everyone's 0.0 something, isn't it? Like all of us. But no, the guy in the lead of the prototypes is 0.2. Have to review. Maybe he was one of the ones I wasn't always having issues with the same guy. I was having issues with both of them. They just happen to be using the same car. Ooh, actually, I should be able to get another lap in. It's going to be tight. I'm just crossing the line now. It's tight. It's going to be close. I might get one more in. Mr. Link, it's a shame you're a lap ahead of me. He just went off in the dirt. I was like, ooh, touring car. Ah, third. Bollocks. This race just hasn't gone very well for me today. No, it's not you, mate. It's firstly it's prototypes that don't understand the concept of multi-class racing, and that's basically it. Like the guy in the lead, whether he's cheating or not, whatever. But that's no skin off my nose, you know. Oh, thanks. Right. Oh my God, why were you going so slow? Onto spoon. So a prototype going really slow and on to approach the spoon. I had to try and avoid him, which means that when I've hit the brakes, I've ended up touching grass. Yeah, well now he's just zoomed past the pair of us. That's the thing. He's now just zoomed past the pair of us, and it's like... So what were you doing going so slow? So I did get that lap. I am going to get this lap finished, but because of that guy at Spoon, if I said 130, I didn't mean I meant Spoon, but because of that guy at Spoon, it was a dirty lap. Because he forced... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Instead, it's because it's a distance thing. As soon as the time runs out, boom, it's finished. So... Yeah. Yeah, I was going to save the replay. I know it's not going to save it all, but it's going to save enough that I can actually analyse certain Mr. Levorg. Yeah, they do, but you can only get about half an hour on console. Flash was telling me he only gets about 25 minutes. Well, yeah, I'm not sure that on that then, because yeah, I said it saves up to half an hour for me, so I can get long races in. Flash was saying he misses the last couple of laps of a long race, gets cut off the end of his. Okay, so like the two behind him, 213s. Yeah. I'll maybe look at the rivals' times around here, see what they are in these sort of cars. But I'm not going to do that right now. I want to go and eat, and I'm sure my daughter is starving hungry, and she's going to appear in a minute. Daddy, when are you going to make lunch? So I better go do it now. So, to anyone watching, I'm just going to go and make my lunch. I will be back shortly. I will leave you with a replay for those obviously watching. So, yeah, I will see you soon. Yeah, we'll do, mate. That shouldn't be going across now. No, it shouldn't be. Okay. Do I want that? That's a race earlier. I need to start using up these championship races because they're taking up space. Okay, people are just going to have to watch the Silverstone race from earlier. Right, bud. Yep. So I will... yeah, so just stay in the party. I will... yeah, no worries. No, so I'll give you a shout when I'm back. Alright, I will see you shortly. Hi everybody, I am back. Let me just get my earphone in, if Ash is still there, so that I can hear him talk to me. Oh, it's not on call, so... Oh, he is there. He is there.
No, it's
Now I
fine, you
should be
carry
able
on.
to get you in. Yeah, there we are. Now I can actually get you in.
Yeah.
So people can hear you too. Because I'm sure
Oh,
they're
right.
getting fed up of hearing... I thought I had it sorted, but I didn't. So they've been hearing one end of the conversation
right.
that entire race. So, but everyone should be hearing it now, so I'm just going to turn up my phone and make sure.
I can test. Can you hear me? Oh. Sorry, the wife's hoovering.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you through it now. That is
Good.
fine. That's fine. So, yeah, my daughter made her own lunch, so I just had to make mine. She did, yeah. I goes, I noticed the bread out on the side. I'm there going,
Yeah.
you made your own lunch? She's like, yeah. I goes, oh, okay. Well, fine. I'll go make my own lunch then. Got a message. Oh, just about this week's races. Okay.
All right.
So I'm looking at the time. So yeah, I'm done. One endurance race was enough. We've got short races. Oh, do you like Maple Valley?
I don't mind it.
I'm not a massive fan of it. It's like, I think I prefer it in reverse than the original way around. Yeah, I think so. I mean, we'll do it just because I don't want to go out in the GT again today. Well, the race earlier went terribly. My endurance race. Sorry, just want someone say something in the chat.
Yeah.
So yeah, I had a terrible race. I said all the prototypes kept smashing me out the way because they don't know how to do multi-class racing. So that was fun. So what was looking to be a good, interesting race between Ash, myself, and that Civic ended up being an interesting race between Ash and the Civic because I was nowhere to be seen thanks to prototypes. So.
Oh, I am
Yeah.
sorry.
Vermont
Not your
State
fault,
Maple
mate.
Valley
You went in the
Rules opened in
prototype that smashed me off,
1985
so
and was a northeastern
several
racing
times.
secret until a major refurbishment in 2000.
Just realised I forgot to bring you into the party before I went into the match. So I have to back out
Yeah.
and actually invite you in before I do. Oh, let's do this again. So
Let me exit then quick.
I'm doing that now. Yeah, I just again just switch screens so you don't see names. That's why I need a stream deck, so it can just push one button instead of the two I have to use on the keyboard. It's just boop, done. Transition made. Right, I can switch it back as the invite has been sent. I just knocked my mouse. There we go. So, let me just finish up this little 12 bar. So Rick, what you said earlier about like, you know, everyone's always doing ACC or GT and obviously you can't play them, so you're not going to listen to it, is I mean, with Forza obviously it's the only one you can play, but what type of racing do you enjoy the most? Like GTs, Tourings? What sort of favourite stuff you like to enjoy? So I'm just chatting whilst I'm waiting.
Yeah, it's alright. You're answering somebody. So we're doing jumping in Maple Valley?
Maybe. I
Maybe.
mean, Magello doesn't open up for 5 minutes, so I think probably we'll be doing Maple Valley.
Alright.
And then that means we're going to miss Magello, and it'll be Mid-Ohio after that.
Yeah.
Okay. So this cycle class they have where it changes daily. I kind of like that actually. Because I always find in the open events that I get bored pretty quickly of them over the course of the week. So the fact that they're cycling between, what's it, P, D, X, C, and E, like daily. I kind of like that.
Oh, that's alright.
Yeah. Okay. Occasionally listen to Formula One if I can get the radio feed. It's pretty fun to hear all those cars going around the track. Fast speeds, even if I don't know the drivers. Fair. I mean, I don't know how old you are, but if you ever watched or listened to Formula One from 20 years ago, it sounded much, much better than it does now.
Oh, yeah, it was probably V8, V10s. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. All the V's. All the V's you could possibly want. Like for me, I always associate the V10 because, you know, at the end of the Schumacher dominance and the Alonso. I think Alonso's second one is when they switched to V8s, wasn't it? I think the first one was still V10s.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so I kind of, that's the sort of the early to mid 2000s. That's kind of the era I think of, and for me personally. And it's like, and they were all V10s then, and the sound was just something else. Even the V8 sounded amazing though. Like a Formula One V8 compared to, you know, your muscle car V8.
Yeah.
Night and day.
Oh, definitely.
Don't get me wrong, the other one sounds good too, but doesn't sound as good.
No.
Like even now, the V6 turbos they have now, hybrid turbos, whatever they're called, they sound all right. They took some getting used to when they were first introduced. I tell you that now.
Oh no, tell me about it.
They took some getting used to. Okay.
Is that what you sound like?
It sounds like the car needs to clear its throat.
It does.
It's like, yeah, it needs to. Go on, clear your throat, please, so we can hear you. But it doesn't, you know. But to be fair, I think now with the next rule changes, obviously for 2026, they're going to have no MGUH. I think that's the bit they're ditching. That should mean you'll hear a bit more of the V6 because it's only using the MGUK.
You know.
Well, yeah, NASCAR still use V8s. So, well, actually, no, aren't they testing? Aren't they testing hybrids as well? I know IndyCar tested hybrids this season, but aren't NASCAR testing them too soon? I think they're still going to be V8 hybrids, but I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be switching to hybrids.
No, go on. Take a texting cast with you. That's it. Bye, mate. Right. Yeah. NASCAR. I'm not overly too fussed on NASCAR.
I like to watch it for the carnage. I find that NASCAR is brilliant if all you want to do is see crashes. And like 50 million switches for position. But I find, for me, circuit racing is a little bit more refined than oval racing.
Yeah, it is.
I always think of the South Park episode. I'm dumb as shit. I'm just as stupid as you, Danica. all that sort of stuff. I think of that because, especially over here, that's kind of how we look at NASCAR, because it's not as refined as even touring cars. Don't get me wrong, they're not refined either.
They're not.
There's plenty of banging and smashing, and if you've ever watched Matt Neal race a touring car around a British circuit, you know full well that 9 times out of 10 someone is getting spun out by him somewhere.
Oh, God.
So,
yeah.
it's
I
just
do
a
like
case.
Matt Neal. Well, I did like Matt Neal in the touring cars.
Yeah.
Zonda.
I'm more of a Jason Plato guy myself.
Oh, yeah. See, with Plato, he was too fucking easily wound up. He was fiery.
Yeah, well, that's why him and Matt hated each other.
Exactly, yeah.
Because Matt would wind him up.
He was easily
But
wound up.
I preferred his driving style. I found, I've always thought Matt Neal was always a bit overly aggressive.
Yeah.
Whereas with Plato, could be aggressive when he needed to be aggressive, but his style was a bit more, was a little bit more refined. I felt like if one of them could step up to single-seaters, it certainly wasn't going to be Matt Neal.
No. Are you jumping into Maple Valley?
I have literally just tried to join you. Did it not join
Have
you? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
Have a
failed to
look.
join session. Okay. Yeah, it failed for some reason. Alright.
Are you in? It's just bounced up. No, you're not in.
It failed. It said no,
It
thank
failed.
you. Yeah.
Alright, then we'll do Magello then. I'll come out
It's
to
the
the...
session feed because it does have the best audio. If they do end up crashing, I hope the drivers are safe, but I'll admit it's entertaining. Hey, look, I like watching a NASCAR crash like the next guy. Like you say, as long as everyone walks away from it, then all is fun. It's when they don't walk away from it, that's when it's not fun. And I mean, I've watched my fair share of races. I remember a particular week, probably about 10, 12 years ago, where you had Dan Weldon one weekend and then Marco Simoncelli the next.
Yeah.
I watched both those races live. So yeah, that was fun. I remember my very first race I ever watched F1 race was Imola, 94.
I think the first one my wife watched where somebody died on track was at Cadwell Park on the bikes. A young lad got going over the hump.
Oh yeah. Right, I've sent you one because it keeps failing every time I try and take yours. Actually, I think I remember that. Yeah, because obviously the jump, like that's the big thing about Cadwell, isn't it? On the super bikes, the jump's the big attraction. To watch the bikes literally take to the air. But if you don't have the bike positioned perfectly, that's going to go horribly wrong. And yes, I think I have seen that crash. I don't think I watched it live, but I think I have seen it. And it was just like, yikes. Okay, Okay, no worries. Well, we'll just have to do Magello then, won't we? Because this game is being inefficient. You got another one? Because I've just sent one now. Okay. So Right, let me restart my game. I'm going to restart my game because sometimes my game likes to play up. So I'm going to restart and then try and send it again. And hopefully you'll get it this time. But yeah, that's an unfortunate part of motor racing. Like Jules Bianchi, if that hadn't happened, Romain Grosjean wouldn't be with us today. Because without Bianchi, there wouldn't be the halo, and without the halo, he would not have survived that crash. That would have been an instant, he'd be lucky if his head was still attached. That crash was awful. I remember watching that and I'm going, I was convinced he was dead, and then he suddenly comes out of the car and you're like, wow. Like, that was quite an intense moment as a fan of the sport, especially like, you know, because Bianchi was the first time anything had happened since Senna, and then, you know, less than 10 years later you have that happen. And you just think, there's no way he survived that. He's like, oh, but no, he did. And, you know, power to him. Never saw him in an F1 car again, but watching him in IndyCar, it's probably a good idea that he didn't come back. He's having way too many crashes. What was it? It's like the penultimate round, I think, of the IndyCar Championship this season. He ended up causing like a massive spin out. One of them was because of his rejoin. It was an absolute shocking rejoin, and it wasn't on an oval. It was on a road course. Did you get my invite? Yeah, and he had this shocking rejoin. I'm guessing for you it's possibly because the Xbox app is a piece of shit. Yep, I've just got it. Funny thing is, it pops up on my computer. It pops up on my computer to tell me you sent me that. So my Xbox app picked it up. My Xbox picked it up, but it's just not sending them to you. When you're watching racing, can you actually see the cars going around the track? I figure they're moving too fast to see. No, you see the cameras nowadays, mate. They are so like they zero in on one of the cars and they will follow that car precisely. So you can, yeah, they got good tracking on it and everything. And obviously you've got helicopter cameras that literally just go around in circles above the track, and they normally zoom in on one car, stuff like that. So nowadays you got so many tracking. Like back in the day, I'm sure it was a struggle. I mean, I've seen some old footage and you just, well, that was just a blur, what the hell. But failed to join session. Yeah, I don't think it wants to let us play together right now. I'm just going to jump into Magello now. Let us see. But yes, the cameras are so good at tracking nowadays that we don't miss very much. And if we do miss something live, there's another camera angle that's got it. So visually, there's not a lot you miss nowadays. And obviously all the cars look distinctly different. With the Formula 1, oh no, it took me into one with 6. But then if your safety rating's better than mine, it might not put us together, because I've only got a B at the moment. A's and B's, yeah, it should be, okay. Well, back out. It didn't this time. Oh, it might not be. If you're going into the race before, yeah, I might just try and join on to you. Oh, it doesn't tell me you're online, so it's not. To be honest with you, the reason I have the B rating, I got back up to an A rating, and then Monday's Spa race happened. That I wasn't getting perfect. Toka 2's giving me grief in the chat. So I had basically I couldn't get Radeon right, and I kept lifting to try and, obviously, because I knew I was going to go wide, but it still kept giving me penalties. So I then my safety rating went back down to a B because of that one race, and I got it up to an A. I remember it went down to a D at one point because I'd had one bad race, and I got the blame for 2 crashes that I kind of thought were 50-50. But it smacked me with 8 seconds worth of penalties, and then my safety rating plummeted. Yeah, you no offense or anything, right? Yeah, you've got a B rating too, but you're blind, so having a B rating when you're blind isn't as bad as when you actually have eyes and can actually see what you're doing. It looks worse on me than it does on you. So I don't mean to offend. If that did, I do apologise. But you know what I mean. When you can actually see, yeah. I mean, some of the penalties I got, they're absolutely my fault. Like the shot I put out yesterday of me hitting someone in the back in the final corner because he was slow as I put, you're slow as fuck. Basically, the apex of the final corner at Sebring, he was just going way too slow. I hit him in the rear. He washed out a little wide. He didn't hit the wall or anything. He just washed out a little wide. And yeah, it gave me 2.25 second penalty. Fortunately, he had a 1.9 second penalty anyway, so I was far enough ahead. It didn't matter in the end. But yeah, it gave me that for that, just because I said he was on the apex really, really slow. I thought he would have washed out wide on his own anyway. So no, still won't let me join you, mate. It's being a pain in the backside. Yeah. Do you know what? Actually, because I'm showing us online, aren't I? Okay, right. I'll get into a race and you just join on me through the party. It should allow you to join the same game as me that way. Well, I'm just going into it now. So yeah, just loading in now. Oh, it's fun. It's like what happened Monday? Yeah, the A button just wouldn't work. I thought, so if I broken the A button on my wheel, then I went and got my controller. Nope, still wouldn't work. I ended up having to I had to finish the stream there and then because I was like, well, I can't do anything. Sorry guys, but it looks like that's it for today. I decided what top views and radar sounds are to avoid crashes, so you don't end up having the reputation of a rammer. So, with what sort of noise does it give you, like, to tell you to hit the brakes? Because I'm guessing, obviously, like newer players would have the racing line on to show when they need to brake. For a deaf person, does it give you like a little beep or what to say that's your braking point? Get on the brakes. Hey. Do you not remember our Laguna race, Mike, right? You and I almost had an entire lap of Laguna side by side, and I think we only touched once. So, and now my thing's saying there's an error on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, let me double check. Oh god, my internet's crapping the bed right now. Why's my internet crapping the bed? Internet, stop crapping the bed! Please? Please, I beg you, stop crapping the bed. I've only got 9 people in here though. Oh, Forza, you're being a pain in my backside today. It might not be Forza, it might be my internet, because my computer, I think, has literally just crapped itself. Because it's telling me that my signal is not very good right now. Oh no, now it's perked back up. Okay, am I back? Am I back, everyone? I can hear you on stream and real life, and this is making me scared. So if anyone hadn't noticed, that's my alt account, and my daughter is clearly watching the stream downstairs, sick. Cherry, you should be, you're home sick, right? So, you know, you shouldn't be chatting to me on stream. You want to talk You want to talk to Daddy? Come upstairs. To be fair, I'm still trying to get my head around this new fucking language that they have. What do you mean you lost me? Yeah, I've come back out. I can try and get back in again. I thought because you couldn't get in before. Yeah. Okay, I'm back into a race. So the proximity radar tells you if a car is passing to your left or right. The same if you're passing a car, and if you're clear of conflict with cars, it's something you'll have to experience. Okay, so it doesn't tell you when you need to brake for corners or anything like that. It just sort of tells you like where you are in relation to other cars. And does it tell you like you've got a left-hander coming up or a right-hander, or obviously does it encourage you to keep the drive assists on that help you steer and brake and stuff? Just curious. I'm sure any other normal-sighted person would also just be curious, because it's not something that we're going to go out of our way to try. Not like we're being rude or anything. It's just obviously we don't need to. Yeah, I've only got 10 in my race, so if you can join on me.
I'll try.
I have a feeling that you might have just timed out, though. We'll see. It's alright, I'll back out if need be. So we've been trying to get in a race now for like 20 minutes. It's been great. Forza's been so helpful to us today.
Oh, I know. Tell me about it.
Fortunately, I've had a fair few people in chat actually chatting, so I've had a bit of distraction whilst I've been trying to get in there.
Right, I'm in a race with 10 people.
Oh, Toka has sent me a clip. Let's have a look. Close, minimize, don't care. Okay, so I actually clicked on your message and it didn't send me to the message bit. That's so nice. Game, so nice. Okay. Watching your clip now. Is this the full Grand Prix layout, or is this the shorter version? We're at Yas Marina at night. Buffering. It's just got to the braking zone and now it's buffering. Okay, we're doing the shorter version. Oh, that's a what? I didn't even see him in the mirrors. Oh, there he is. There. Oh, wow. Wow, that is a dive and a half. Dive and a half. So it wasn't the guy that hit you that went through initially, because I think it's the guy he went past that ends up gaining. I think he span himself out, and I think that's him there, that third car that passed you. And it gave you the penalty for that. Wow. Wow. That's shocking. That is absolutely shocking. So yeah, he gets dive bombed from about 1 million miles back, rear-ended, and got 4.5 seconds for it. Has that been since this latest patch? Because that's been since the latest patch. Then all I got to say about your patch notes turn 10, I call BS. Because if that's been since the patch, then that is terrible. I absolutely have no problems if you join me. The only issue is I can't even get someone that's in the same country as me to get in a race with me right now. So I have absolutely no issue. Oh, you put that in the wrong window, did you? Okay, fair enough. That is fine. I'll ignore it then. But Yeah, we're on to bloody mid-Ohio now. So we've missed 2 races already now because this won't work.
No.
Okay, I don't think the stream is working very well right now. Cherry, are you still watching?
Mid-Ohio is a challenging old-school circuit that has retained
If you are
much of
still
its original
watching,
design and
do you
character
still
from
have the telly on?
1962,
Oh,
while
no, I'm talking to my
including
daughter.
recent refurbishing, producing a more complete
Because if
race
you're on the phone
experience
watching
for
me
drivers.
and you're on the telly, you know, you're the closest person to the internet hub. You're using it up, and that's why it's sketching out on me right now. So, like I told you, one thing, you need to make your mind up what you're watching. Because I can tell the stream's not running smooth at all, and it was moving fine until very recently. I should probably close that door as well. Okay. Well, I'm in a mid-Ohio race. It is. They are exactly the same, capitalizations and everything.
No, I just cannot get the same one as you, mate. It
Yeah.
will not let me join you. I'm on now,
Okay.
and I haven't got. Yeah, it's got to be to do with the safety rating.
Yeah, I think A and S's can get put together, and I think then it's like B and C's
Yeah.
get put together. So if you're an A and I'm a B, then yeah, it's probably not going to chuck us in naturally together.
No.
Oh, Toka is also in game. He's in the main menu though. Jerky. 4.5 seconds for that. Yeah, so I've seen 4.5. It's a bit nuts for the rear ending you got there. What? I will show it to the stream through the Xbox. You don't mind, do you? I won't do it until I have confirmation you're fine with me showing that. I'm sure you are, but you know how people are about showing private messages and stuff. I just want to make sure you're cool with me showing it before I do so. No worries, Rick. That's absolutely fine. Like, you send a friend request, I will obviously send it back, and that's fine if I get one soon. I'm guessing yours may not be the same name. It may well be. But what I will do, actually, I'm not on OBS, so that wasn't gonna. I did it anyway. That's fine. I will get the message up so that if I get the okay, I can. Cool. Okay, he's happy. So I'm switching across. So everybody, let's. I mean, Ash, if you want to mute me in the Discord, if you want to actually watch yourself as well, so you don't hear me say it about 10 seconds apart, because it will fuck with your head. Trust me. Actually, I'll just mute myself on Discord. That's fine. I'll save you that. Get the Discord up. There it is. And there we are. So I'm muted on Discord now. So it should be my normal account that I write that message with. Okay, whatever. It's decided right in my non-YouTube account. Oh no, it's completely having a moment. God's sake. It's not the time I want this to have, you know, it's like the last hour. You could have just chilled for an hour and then I'd have been finished.
I can't get in with you, mate. I'm having to do one on my own.
No worries. That's fine. I feel like I'm going to have to do the same. To be honest, I might even just call it because this is fucking insanity. I'm hoping.
You up?
Yeah, no, it's just not working. And I don't think it's gonna sort its life. Oh, then it works, then it doesn't work, then it works. Oh, now it's working. Typical. Now it's sodding working. I've been trying to... Okay. Alright, everyone. So let's just show you this attachment he sent me. Don't worry too much about the conversation. I don't think there's anything in there too much. So Nayaz, it's not Nayaz, okay, so it wasn't him, I think it was the first guy. That Nayaz is the guy I rear-ended in my short from yesterday. Yeah, aliens. So it's not him, it's not him. Oh, so the guy that hit you never came through. He's obviously off in the gravel, in the runoff area back there. That one that actually hit you. But that Nayaz, as I said, that's the guy I rear-ended at Sebring. When in my yesterday's short. So, okay, there we are. But yeah, you get a penalty for that. I think that's a bit ridiculous, I have to say. So I apologise about that. My internet is just struggling right now. Can't get in races with Ash, which is getting annoying. Push that. Oh, enjoyable game. Oh, ask to join. Okay. I sent an ask to join. You're in game. Yeah. Because it says you're in a joinable game. So that's what it said to me. So I had to send a request to join you. So I've done that. Okay, so I think it's finally sorted itself out. What it was having, whatever moment it was having, is past. I'm coming across good to everyone, apart from I'm noticing the game behind is a bit jittery. Well, you wouldn't know that because I haven't actually switched to that. So let's see if it still comes up jittery. Nope, that looks much smoother now, actually. Yeah, that does look much smoother.
I've just got a black screen, unless you're having to join before it'll boot me in.
I'll deal with that later. It shouldn't. I don't know. I've never had to do it this way before. Like normally, any sort of joining I've done is done in game. I haven't done it through the actual Xbox section. I've done it through the little French section at the bottom. You know,
That's it. Yeah, it's the way I've. Yeah, it's the way I've always done it.
But obviously that's not been working. So, but that might have been my internet, to be fair, because it was, you know, the stream kept popping in and out, and so that it may work now. See if you actually, if I send you an invite, see if you actually get it. Bonus, because your name was at the top. My face cam was covering up, so no one could actually see it.
All right.
Right, well, at this rate, we might get one, maybe two more races in before I will have to call it, because I've got to pick up my son from school. I mean, I could make him walk home. He is year 8 at the end of the day. But he is expecting me to pick him up. So.
Oh, he's 8.
Yeah, he is expecting me to pick him up.
I've just restarted the game because I think it was froze.
Okay, not to worry. Okay, let's try and actually... everything's fine now. It seems to be like, yeah, it's good. It's happy. What do you mean you're unable to connect to chat? That's not acceptable. How am I supposed to know what people are saying? Oh yeah, it's not connected to chat. Oh god.
No.
For God's sake.
Right, I'm back in. Let's have a look. So we'll give friends invite. See if I can find you. There you are. Invite, add lab, invite sent. Back. Oh, it's Olmsted now.
Okay, yeah, I see. Mid-hire expired.
Yeah, I've just
I
sent
actually
one
like
for
mid-hire.
Olmsted. Whoever got you.
Not now. I don't want to do that now. Thanks. Just sign OBS back into the chat, please. I don't want to have to be going back to the bloody thing all the time. Oh, I've got 2 extra subscribers today. Well, I know Rook was one of them, so yeah, 2. I'm on to 187 now. Or was it 185 when I started today? Okay, so my chat is all sorted on OBS. Yeah, going quite well. Actually, to be fair, yeah, I'm looking at my views, my concurrence. You know, a lot of you have been joining me today, and I'm very grateful for you all. Like I always say in my videos, I'm not one of those people that's going to try and shill every 10 seconds to get you to, you know, do all the stuff that YouTube is telling you to do. I don't like doing it.
No.
I know YouTube tells you to do it. Yeah, I hate doing it. I know we're supposed to do it because otherwise people forget to do it. You got to remind them, but it's just like, ugh. That's why my videos, I just have the little bar thing that pops up at the bottom, like a couple of times throughout the video. I'm not going to say it to you. I'm going to have that little thing that pops up, and if you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. At the end of the day, that's the, you know, your choice. What you do, your freedom, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to try and shill you to do it. You just do it what you want. So when people do, I do appreciate it very much. Obviously recently it's been going quite well. That's why I'm really enjoying the streaming. I feel like having more of you to talk to, because with videos you don't get an awful lot of comments when you're as small as I am. This way, you know, I get to talk to you guys and we have backs and forths, and the fact I've just tried to join you and it hasn't joined you still says to me it's still not working.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, fun times. Right, it's fucking Homestead as well, which I don't like. I don't want to do a long race. Do you know what? I think I might actually just sit and have a chit chat with the viewers for a little bit, because the game is being a pain in the backside, and I was going to get off within the next half an hour anyway, so I might just spend this last little bit chit-chatting with the chat. So I'll let you go and get on with what you're doing, your race, and we'll get on at some point, some evening.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
I mean, I'll see you Sunday regardless, because we've got the next round of the championship Sunday, haven't we?
We have.
I'll definitely see you then. All right, mate. Well, it's been fun racing. Unfortunately, we only got the one race in because it's been a pain. But it was an hour-long race, so.
It was, yes. That's the main thing. All right, but you have fun. I'll speak to you later.
No worries. Catch you later. Bye. Okay. Yeah, it's good, lad. Right. So it's been great chatting with you. Sent you that friend request. Yeah, I did see it, mate. I will respond in kind. Obviously, I don't want to do it on here because it's a private thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to that. If you're ever wanting to play Forza, someone across the pond, I love racing. No, absolutely, mate. I am more than happy to race with you. No stigma attached here. I know some people would get a bit funny about that, but that's because they're just close-minded. I mean, wouldn't you agree? Someone like that's got to be close-minded. It's just like, especially when the game is accounted and done so much to accommodate that, then it's just like, yeah, get with the program. By all means, yeah, absolutely. You know, I said so. Mondays and Thursdays is when I stream Forza. Obviously, you being sort of East Coast America, I normally start between 9 and 10 our time. So for you, that's what. Between 4 and 5. It's pretty early in the morning. But by all means, if you get up that early, I know there's I think he's German. I have to check. Called Jacko. Or Jackie. I can't remember. He's one of my subscribers. I subscribe to him as well. But he streams like 6 o'clock in the morning. UK time. Obviously for him that's only 7 o'clock, but it's too early for me. I'm not out of bed by 6. My wife has to drag me out of bed about 7:15 to take her to work and take the kids to school, so I ain't going to be up at 6 o'clock to watch someone else streaming a game, I'll tell you that now. But today's been real fun, actually. Like, Monday was fun racing wise. You know, I had a bit of a chat. I mean, to be honest, it was mostly Supermint because he ended up joining me. But it was fun. Today, a lot more people talking, which is actually I've really enjoyed. If you haven't noticed, when I get going, I'm a very, very chatty person. Verbal diarrhea, as we call it over here. I don't know what you would call it stateside. I know you'd have a different slang for it. But over here, it's verbal diarrhea. For my generation, I'm sure, I don't know, because these kids with their skibbity D's and calling everybody a Sigma and all that. It's like, Tom, my 12-year-old, explained to me what a Sigma was. And I said, no, that's an alpha. That's being an alpha. No, it's being a Sigma. No, it's not. It's being an alpha. That's what an alpha male does. That's an alpha behaviour. That's not... What's his face? He does. He goes, like this at me. And I'm just like, oh my god. Oh, I'm feeling my age. You know, like when we were going, I can't do it anymore. I fractured my thumb when I was a kid, and I haven't been able to Ali G it since. Yes, it would be. But then don't their clocks go back the same time ours do? It's only in America that their clocks go back a different week. Their clocks go back the week after ours, whereas I'm pretty sure in Europe their clocks go back the same week as ours. No, I can't do it no more. But anyone remember the Ali G? Boy, I used to be able to and like proper slap it. It was great, but literally, I'm not sure you can tell. You won't be able to tell on camera, but basically, I fractured my thumb right there, and it's ruined everything for that. Because I used to love doing it. Because when the Ali G show started, and if anyone remember from that time period who's got to be at least in their mid-30s to understand what I'm talking about. But the intro video was obviously all these clothes would be flying at Ali G, the yellow shit that he always wears. And you get these yellow pair of Puma trainers. Yeah, well, I went to boarding school, being an army kid, and my dad deciding that because I'd gone to 4 or 5 different primary schools, that they'd send me off to boarding school so that I didn't go to the same amount of secondary schools. So I'm sat there in the boys' common room, as it's called, which is the TV and chairs and stuff. I've got my feet up on the table, and this is when we're watching the very, very first episode of the Ali G show. And you see these trainers flying towards his feet, and I happen to be wearing those trainers. Like, I looked down at my feet and go, ah, shit. And then everyone else looks at my feet, because I was sat right at the front. And everyone looks down at my feet and they go, They're your trainers. I'm going, you can't say I copied him. This is the first show. No one can say I copied him. You're all witnesses. I'm wearing the shoes when we're watching the very, very first show ever. So that was kind of amusing. Yeah, basically, it's not so much a London accent. It's what we like to call an army accent, where you don't actually have an accent at all. I don't talk like Cockney. I definitely don't talk Cockney. I may occasionally use their slang, like trouble and strife for wife, because anyone that's married knows it is applicable. And I know she's in a meeting, so she can't be hearing me, so but it's an army accent where we don't, basically we don't pick up any accents, like, because my dad's a Yorkshireman. Well, actually, I'm an army kid of an army kid, so my dad never really got the accent, but my grandparents, very Yorkshire, to the point where I thought my own cousin's name was Anna for a very long, long time. And anyone that knows Yorkshire folk don't like to pronounce H's at the starts of words. So my cousin's name's actually Hannah, but I always thought it was Anna because my grandparents obviously are Yorkshire folk that lived in Lancashire my entire life, but let's not get into that. And my mother's from Northern Ireland, so, and I got no accent whatsoever, and that's just because I am a typical army kid, and I say it's an army accent, so I sound a bit posh, but I don't talk posh, because you'll notice I don't pronounce, like, I will say glass rather than glass. I will say bath rather than bath, because at the end of the day, there's no fucking R in the words, so why are you southern posh pricks pronouncing it? It's not there. Stop pronouncing it. And I tell my wife this all the time, because she tries to correct me with bath or bath all the time. And I'm like, no, it's bath. There's no R. Shut up. Whereas, like, being from a typical northern family, I go water, and I say water a lot, and she's always water. I'm like, yes, I know. Okay, that one I'll give you, because that's something northerners do that southerners don't. Southerners will actually pronounce the T, whereas northerners don't for some reason in water or water. So yeah, it's an army accent as such. I suppose it would have some similarities to maybe like a North London accent, but like when most Americans say a London accent, they're thinking of Cockney, and I don't think I sound remotely close to Cockney. Because, as I say, most Americans, and not all of you do, but most Americans think British people either speak the Queen's English or Cockney. And you realise that our tiny little island has about 2 times as many accents as your entire nation does. And I ain't joking, I'm being deadly, deadly serious. You could literally go 10 miles up the road and the accent would be completely different. We have such a diverse amount of accents, and there's only one of them I don't like. And any of my fellow Brits out there, I'm going to give you a moment to try and have a guess at what accent is the only British accent that I cannot remotely stand to hear. I might as well take this earbud out because I don't need it in anymore. I've heard that like there's different accents like miles away from each other that's super close, and understanding one accent to another. Yeah, exactly. There is. Like I used to live in Somerset, and the part of Somerset where I lived, which was near Yeovil, you know, they like a bit of cider. They talk like this, and it's quite gentle, and it's not quite as thick as. But then you just literally a couple of miles down the road, and it's all right. I want some cider, please, mate. And I put Norfolk. Oh, Norfolk accent's not bad, but it's not. It's no. You want to know what it is? Scouse. I fucking hate Scouse. Women in particular. And it's not so much the accent that irritates me. I mean, I'm a Man United fan, so there's a little bit of bias there I will accept, okay? Some of that is because of Liverpool, and I hate Liverpool, being a Man United fan. Of course I hate Liverpool. I mean, what Man United fan doesn't hate Liverpool? But no, the accent drives me nuts. And the main reason it drives me nuts is im. I used to work in call centres. I've worked in many call centres, and if I answer that phone, you know, hello, you're through to bloody blah, Adam speaking, how can I help? And the first thing that comes out of their mouth is straight away I'm like, oh, God, save me. Fucking, I hate Scouse. Geordie's real nice and pleasant. Glaswegian, hard to understand, but when you do understand it, it's not actually that bad. Where it's like nails, chalkboard, that is Scouse to me. It just goes straight through me. Are you saying Norfolk as well because you're a Suffolk person? Is that, I just thought that. Is it because you're from Suffolk by chance? It's like, I've heard a Geordie turn around and say a Macam accent is horrible. I'm like, but you do realise it's not that much different than yours, right? Actually, it's no different. It's just that they say what things different. Instead of going, oh, what's the classic Geordie? Oh my God. It escapes me. Whereas like Macams would go, ooey. Geordies are something else. It's just basically the lingo they use is different. The accent isn't really that much different. Again, it's like Middlesbrough's not too far away either. And again, it's the difference not to. I hear your soccer team that you are required to support is dependent entirely on the region that you're from. I'm in America. I support Arsenal. At the end of the day, mate, as an army kid, I wasn't even born in England. I was born in Belgium. I had a choice. I either supported Chelsea like my dad, or I supported Man United like my mum. I was originally going to be a Liverpool fan, yeah. But my mum said to me, being a Man United fan, she wasn't having none of that. She was like, nope, kiboshing that one straight away. So she said, it's either Man United or Chelsea. And I made my decision based on the fact Man United wear red. That's simply it. But ordinarily, yes, you would support the local team. My wife is a Southampton fan because that's the nearest major club to us. We're literally on the outskirts of Southampton, so that's who she supports. And most of the time, that is the case. You support the team that is local to you. But like with Americans, obviously, you have no particular dog in that fight, so you pick whatever team tickles your fancy. It's like I have an NFL, an NHL, and an MLB teams, an NBA team that I follow. None of them are anywhere near each other. Well, not quite. I'm a Bucks fan in the NFL, Giants fan in the MLB, Knicks fan in the NBA, and a Devils fan in the NHL. Obviously, the Devils and the Knicks are the only two that are remotely close to each other, but the Knicks share the same arena with the Devils' most hated rivals, the Rangers. So, which is MSG, by the way. They both play their games in MSG. So, and obviously, I didn't know none of this sort of stuff when I decided to pick my teams. I picked the Devils because Man United's nicknames are the Red Devils. So that is entirely the reason the New Jersey Devils got picked in the NHL. The Knicks I picked just because it was the only team I really knew at the time. Michael Jordan hadn't quite erupted into superstardom yet. If it was maybe a year later, I might have been a Bulls fan, but it was the year it was, so I was a Knicks fan. The Bucks was purely because I went to Florida in 2002 on holiday, the summer of 2002. Eagles fan. I feel you, man. But, you know, I'm going to sit here smug, and I think you know why. Last year's playoffs, and this season too, actually. Yeah, smug face. But yeah, so I went to Florida on holiday back in the summer of 2002, so it was during the off season. and we spent the first week in Orlando, did the typical Disney park thing, Universal, did all that stuff for a week, and then the second week we went to Clearwater, which is obviously on the outskirts. I think it's just the other side of St. Petersburg from Tampa, if I remember right. And I seen Raymond James Stadium, and I saw the pirate ship, and I was like, that's pretty cool. And then I decided, the first game I'd really watched was the Patriots-Rams Super Bowl. I'd seen little bits and bobs, but that Patriots-Rams Super Bowl in 2002 for the 2001 season, it's the first game I watched from start to finish. And I was 17 at the time. And then that summer, obviously, we went on holiday to Florida, saw the stadium, decided I was going to be a Bucs fan. Little did I know that very season would be the season that the Bucs would win the Super Bowl, which also happened to me the year I picked Man United. We won the Premier League for the first time that very season that I decided to pick Man United. So, ironically. And I was the only Man United fan in the entire world that was not pissed off when the Glazers bought the club. I mean, I very quickly got on board with everyone else. But initially I was optimistic because, you know, being a Bucs fan and seeing what they'd done to that franchise. I mean, I didn't know none of the history before I decided to be a Bucs fan. I didn't know none of those many years of being absolutely horrible. I mean, since that Super Bowl win, there were many, many years of being absolutely horrible. So I've suffered now. I feel like I'm a true Bucs fan because I've suffered like the rest of them. Until Brady come along and saved us. I was always part of Brandon Perner's FYTB club, and then he went and signed for the Bucs, and I was like, I'm sorry, Brandon, I'm going to have to abandon the club because he's playing for my team now. Didn't realise he's going to win a Super Bowl the very first year, but hey-ho. And what's the last major sport? My dad went on a business trip to San Francisco at some point. He bought me and my brother baseball caps. I got a Giants one. My brother got a 49ers one, even though he's actually a Steelers fan, but whatever. And I decided I'd go with the Giants. I mean, baseball is boring as fuck, though. I mean, and coming from a Britishman who sits there and watches 5-day-long test matches of cricket. Baseball is boring. It is really boring. And cricket is boring. But it's not as boring as baseball, be honest. We're failing to gain any real results, sort of sad. But surely you must be happy that the Cowboys are just getting embarrassed left, right and centre. I mean, because the Lions embarrassed them on Sunday. I mean, we embarrassed the Saints, which I like because anyone else that's ever knows of the YouTuber Uniball. I know he's very inconsistent with his uploads. He hasn't done one for ages. He's very cinematic in his style of video. He puts a lot of effort in, so that's why it takes a long time for them to come out. But me and him, through Sea of Thieves, we've become friends. I mean, when he came to England for SOT Fest back in July, he came and I picked him up from the airport from Heathrow, which is a 2-3 hour drive for me. I went and picked him up from there. He came around my house that day. He watched the first half of England versus Holland, the Euro semi-final with me. So we've got to know each other over the years. And I forgot what my point was going to be. Just went off on a tangent. But oh yeah, he's a Saints fan. That was my point. He's a Saints fan. So obviously, us being divisional rivals, got to gloat every once in a while when you batter them 27-51. Still causing us problems. To be fair, I'm starting to wonder if Saquon was a plant from the Giants, because he's cost you 2 games, hasn't he, with fumbles. Yeah, exactly. Look, you realistically, especially the Cowboys, the way they're getting creamed by people, you realistically should win that division. It's either between you or Washington. I refuse to call them Commanders. I'm going to stick to Washington. Funny thing is, there's a big campaign about changing the name back, isn't there? Because the actual natives are kind of like, no, actually, don't speak for us. We were quite happy with it. It kind of represented us. And now you've taken the only representation we had in the NFL. From what I understand, anyway. Obviously, I'm not American. I don't have a dog in the fight. But from what I've read and seen, that there are quite a lot of Native American groups that are kind of pissed off that the Redskins was taken away from Washington. And they actually want it back. So, we'll see if that happens. But yeah, exactly. For everyone. Especially Stephen A. Smith. He loves it when the Cowboys lose big, doesn't he? Yeah, thinking, oh, you know who Stephen A. Smith is? Yes, I do. He's very loud. He's very obnoxious. And he is everything he says Cowboys fans are. But he's not wrong. They are that too. But then, to be fair, everyone say we Man United fans are the Cowboys of the Premier League. And most of our fan base, I would probably agree with that. Not all of us, because obviously some of us, well, we knew what was going to happen when Fergie retired. And it happened. And it's like, why are we acting surprised? Like, of course it was going to happen when he retired. He was literally what was holding that team together, and it's only reason it was relevant was because of Fergie. So this is our time, to suffer. Liverpool fans had to do it for a while. City fans had to do it for a very long time. And I accept this is our time to be taking our lumps. It's not nice when the referee doesn't help, though. Or should I say the assistant referee doesn't help. Because the referee didn't actually send Fernandes off. It's the bloody assistant ref. But anyway, that was weeks ago. I'm not going to complain about it anymore. Who Man United actually got this weekend? I forget. Because we're back to Premier League action after the international break this week. Man United have Brentford at home. Okay, Brentford at home. Yeah, we should win that game. Should. Liverpool play Chelsea. That should be a good game. Arsenal away at Bournemouth. That should be a win for Arsenal, I would have thought. Comfortable one. Who has City got? Wolves. Okay, so we're not catching anyone this weekend. It's quite common. It's funny you should say that, by the way, that about you being an Arsenal fan. Is I've noticed quite a lot of Americans are Arsenal fans. They seem to gravitate towards Arsenal for some reason. Mackwell, the YouTuber, he's an Arsenal fan and a Vietnam fan. So, he's got to suffer somewhere, I suppose. I'm guessing he's either his parents or whatever Vietnamese. I'm not. That's what I would assume. I don't know for sure, of course. Soccer has become more violent in the past few years. People seem a lot more emotional than perhaps they should be, especially players. Football's in this country. It's like we are very, very passionate about our football, and I know you're saying soccer. You're American. I get it, but obviously, it's football. Like I said to Uniball, excuse me, which sport is the sport where you actually kick a ball around for 90 minutes? And which is the sport you throw a ball through the air or run with it under your arm for 60 minutes? So which one of the two sports should really be calling it football? That's my argument, and I will fight that to the grave, right? And I know we also invented the term soccer, so we kind of screwed ourselves there. But out of the two sports, ours is definitely the one that should be called football. That's why we just call yours American football. So, but I know you call ours soccer. But in this country, it's the national sport. It's the biggest thing. In NFL games, you have fans from both teams intermingling. Never going to happen here. Hasn't happened here in 60, 70, 80 years. You have an away end with the away fans, and you have the rest of the stadium for the home fans. That is it. That's the way it will always be. It's the same in Europe. Like, football is such a... So yes, we get passionate about the game. I think that's where Americans differ from Europeans when it comes to sports. Because your games, you know, your hour-long NFL game takes 3 hours to play because of the stop-start nature of the game. Now, I enjoy that, but you've got to imagine Sunday night, Monday night football, that starts 1 o'clock in the morning for us. I guarantee you, I'm falling asleep before the game's over. Every time, without fail. And it's not because I'm not enjoying it. I end up, a couple of years ago, the year that the Bucks won the Super Bowl, when we got creamed by the Saints at home, that was a Monday night game. I fell asleep watching that. And that's my own team playing. Because it was because of how late it is and how long the game is. Whereas, you know, with football, you have 45 minutes. The clock doesn't stop. No advert breaks or commercials, as you would say. And then you have 15-minute half time. Then you have another 45 minutes. Obviously, there is stoppage time added to the end of each half, if need be. And obviously, if it's a tournament, there could be extra time and penalties. But the game is always going, it's always flowing, it's always moving. So even though that score might be 1-0, 2-1, it might seem quite boring because it's quite low scoring, the game is constantly moving. You know, it's not, oh, incomplete pass, clock stops, now we've got 40 odd seconds before we have to do anything. I like it, but most Europeans, they won't like that. It's too long, it's too boring, and they can't get invested because it takes too long to play the game. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying to you. Like, in America, it's very common for both sets of fans to be intermingled. That will never happen here. Like, me and my brother, because United won the FA Cup last season, and we went to the semi-final against Coventry. We went to Wembley for the game. And not only were Coventry fans in one half of the stadium, Man United fans in the other half of the stadium, but the centre part of the stadium... Actually, I'll see if I can... Because I took some photos, so I'll see if I can show you on here. Fortunately, I didn't get a ticket for the final, which was kind of gutting. But, okay, here you are. Here's a perfect example. So, obviously, Coventry play in a sky blue, like Manchester City, and obviously Man United are in red. But you can see in that picture where the separation is between the two sets of fans. Obviously, you won't be able to see it because, you know, but for anyone else who's obviously still here. But, yeah, and you get this little black bit where they have cloth fabric, where there's like about 5-6 seats. For anyone who can see, obviously, just so you know, at the top deck of the stands there, you can see just there, that little black bit next to the white. And that's to keep the two sets of fans separated. And so there's like 6 rows of seats sort of in between the two sets of fans that no one's ever going to sit in throughout the game. That's to keep both sets of fans completely and utterly separate. Because in this country back in the 80s, I was born in the 80s, so I've got nothing to do with this, but we had a big hooligan problem, football hooligan problem. And so obviously they had to bring these sort of rules in. Then there was the Hillsborough disaster, which forced all stadiums in this country to be seated and not to have any standing sections. If there's no seats, then no one can go there. Because obviously many Liverpool fans died, and it was a tragedy, and the West Yorkshire Police dropped the ball, as they tend to do when it comes to these things. Yeah, like I say, if you can ever find YouTube videos about the difference between American soccer fans and English football fans, and this is talking about their chants. Like, for instance, as an example, on one video I've seen, American fans, I believe that we will win, I believe that we will win, that sort of stuff, right? Quite cheesy, quite something. Well, here's a chant that we as Man United fans used to sing to Ji Sung Park, who's a South Korean player. And bear in mind, we loved this man. Absolutely loved this man. But the song basically went, Park, Park, wherever you may be, they all eat dogs in your own country. Could be worse, you could be a scouse, eating rats in your council house. So, that's the difference. Your chants are all, oh yeah, happy, happy, we believe we can win, whereas our chants are, we're going to rip into you. And most of our chants are, we're going to rip into the opposition. And we're going to lay into them. And when a referee fucks up an NFL game, it's just a ooh. In England, the referee's a wanker. The referee's a wanker. That's the sort of thing, you know what I mean? Like, it's a very British thing to just, we like to take the piss. It's a very British sense of humour. So, that's kind of, it's a very different mindset between American sports fans and British sports fans. And the rest of Europe aren't that much different to us. They're very, I think Spain, I mean, the further east you go, like, Eastern Europe still has hooligan problems, like in Ukraine, and, well, not in Ukraine, because obviously they don't play any football in the Ukraine right now. But before the war, used to have a major hooligan problem in Ukraine. Turkey has quite a bad problem with it. Italy still has a fairly bad problem with it now. I mean, we still have a problem with it, but it's not anywhere near what it used to be. Actually, it's not really that much of a problem anymore in this country. I mean, you still get, obviously, the occasional case of something happening, but it's not like it was. It used to be absolutely terrible back in the day. Like I said, there was the Heysel disaster, which I didn't even mention, in Belgium, where Juve fans died. That's what got English clubs banned from Europe for many years. From European competitions. None of us could ever, we couldn't compete in them because of Liverpool fans. I mean, that instance was Liverpool fans. I'm not going to say like the rest of us were innocent, because we weren't. The whole country was awful for hooliganism back in the day. Much, much better now, because a lot more families go now. So it is a lot better, but like Spain still has a fairly big problem. I mean, in some countries, racism is still a major issue. You know, monkey chants and bananas being thrown at people, which is disgusting. It's disgraceful. Yeah. Yes, but you can't sit in the stands with your drink. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. When I went to go to the Cup semi-final back in April, me and my brother drank beers, but half-time, we'd go to the bar, we'd get 2 pints each, we'd guzzle those 2 pints in that 15-minute break. And bearing in mind, I don't drink. I'm not a big drinker. Let's just say I was quite tipsy after that day. Guzzling down these 2 pints in the 15-minute break, and then we go back to watch the second half of the game. I mean, I almost left the stadium when Coventry scored the goal that was offside. So I almost left the stadium. I was on my way up the stairs, and then I went, wait a minute. VAR check, wait. There were videos of people that actually had left the stadium that couldn't get back in. But I literally, because as you can see, that picture I showed you, for those who can see it, obviously, that's actually where I was sat. So, like, really close to ground level. I had excellent seats. I don't think I've ever had seats to any game of anything that were that good. It was great, and we got the penalty at our end of the stadium as well, the penalty shootout, which is good. So, but yeah, I nearly left. Oh, did they still? Yes, they still said in NBA games they banned beer sales because the violence at the game that happened in 2004. So I mean, yeah, as I say, we still have beer sales, but you can't go and take them into the stadium to watch the game with your pint. Funny enough, when I went to Wembley to go and watch the first AEW All In, we were allowed to take our drinks to the seats then. But for those who are interested, When I went to go and see AEW All In, funny enough, I actually sat up in these nosebleeds up here. That's actually where I sit. And I actually get a shot, because I did take a shot of that, of where I was sat. And there we are. So there's the actual, when I went to Wembley to go and see All In. And that's the original All In. The one that they said was 80,000 when it really wasn't. Because bearing in mind, I'd went to last year's FA Cup semi-final. So I'd been in that stadium literally a couple of months before, when there was nearly 90,000 people in it. And then they're telling you, there's 82,000 people in here. And then someone goes, when they were like, and I was like, that's bullshit. There was like 75,000 at most. And someone goes, oh, don't forget the black section is all covered up. I said, yeah, but what about all the seats they put on the floor? That kind of matches with the section they covered up. So it should still be 90,000 people capacity, because you haven't lost any seats. You just put them on the floor. So whatever. They think they broke Wembley's record, WWE's Wembley record. They didn't. And when Wembley gets WrestleMania in like 2026 or 2027, whatever it'll be, they'll smash All In's record to bits. And then there'll be no debate. So any wrestling fans at all? To be honest with you, I have actually just noticed the time. I got so chatty that my son is probably waiting for me to pick him up. I'm not there. I'm waiting for something to appear in chat. Dad, you're supposed to come get me. Waiting for it. I was waiting for it to appear in chat. So if it does, I do actually. I'm just going to stream. I'm just going to text him to tell him I'm still streaming. Obviously, I'm not playing right now, but it's nice talking. So what about me? Okay. I don't think it's really popular over here. I mean, it's popular. Obviously, we have our own sort of federations. I mean, we had our own federations until WWE UK came along or NXT UK came along and pillaged everything, and then buggered off for the rest of eternity. So it used to be big over here. I don't actually need the headphones on anymore. I don't know why I still have them on. I've been a big wrestling fan since the 90s, since the Attitude Era. I've come and gone. There's been moments. Anyone out there that is a wrestling fan can imagine if I said to you SummerSlam 2011, I want to say it was, Team Nexus versus Team Cena. Yeah. The ending of that match, I was out and I didn't get back in for 6-7 years. It wasn't until Brock came back that I had any kind of interest in actually paying attention to what was going on. Because up until that point, yeah, I wasn't a big fan. Vince had lost the plot. Well, Vince has lost the plot, as recent events have proven. He's out of touch, and now, like with Triple H in charge, it's fantastic. I love it right now. It's such a good product, and as much as I wanted to love AEW, I can't. I've tried, and it's unbearable. The weekly shows are unbearable, and those great 7-star matches are not worth the week-to-week BS on AEW TV. They're really not. Whereas with WWE, you've got great, compelling stories right now. The matches at the end of them are also good. They may not be Dave Meltzer 7-star matches, but they are. And I'm taking a piss because obviously they're not all 7-star matches. But the fact he's gone like well beyond 5 now is ridiculous. But we all know he's biased against WWE, so he's never going to give them I mean, come on, Kurt Angle's never had a fucking 5-star match, for fuck's sake. So we all know he's biased against WWE. So it doesn't concern me all that much. But WWE just have great stories and the match is good. Whereas AEW have fucking horrible stories with an excellent match at the end of it. But the story was terrible. The only good story they've had in the last year was the whole Ospreay MJF thing. Everything else was fucking miserable. And such a fucking chore to get through. I grew up with WWE as a kid in the early 2000s. Early 2000s was the good stuff. One of the few video games I could reliably play back then was the SmackDown versus Raw. Oh, those were some great games. Great games. 2006, I think 2005 was the best. But 2006 wasn't a bad game. But yeah, those old THQ games were fantastic. Oh, I miss those games. The 2K games are okay. I mean, when I started getting back into the wrestling in 2018, there we are, WWE 2K18 I've got up there. So my brother bought me that for my birthday because he realised I was getting back into the wrestling. But I didn't like the game. I don't like it. I know it's smoother and what have you, but I don't like it. Like, compared to the old SmackDown versus Raw games, I don't like it. Don't like it. Anyone that remembers Little Britain will remember that little reference. Just like this one. Computer says no. But yeah. Like I said, I tried, only reason I went to All In was because, well, I found out another YouTuber friend who doesn't live all that far away from me. I'm not going to go say exactly where he lives because I'm sure he doesn't want me putting that information out there, but he doesn't live that far away from me. I found out he was going. I happened to be able to buy a ticket 2 weeks before near where he was sat for about 30 quid. So, I mean, if I get a ticket 2 weeks before, I think it really wasn't as big as they thought it was. I enjoyed the show. I mean, to be honest, the main reason I went to AEW All In was because I knew Jericho had a match with Ospreay, so I just wanted to fucking stand there and sing his song with him, which I did because I love his theme tune. I loved it when it became I think it was a theme for, it was a pay-per-view. I think it was Hell in a Cell. No, Elimination Chamber. Whatever year it was. It was the pay-per-view, you know, the song for the pay-per-view. Obviously, this is before he'd left WWE and decided he was going to go to New Japan and then to AEW and what have you. So Judas was the song for that pay-per-view, and I was like, oh, that's a great tune. So I got it on my phone. Actually, I even have it on my phone. I like the song that much. So obviously I was like, oh, I want to really hear a stadium full of people singing Judas, because obviously I'd seen the clips of him on his boat trip and what have you, where it's a much smaller group of fans just singing the song at him when it finished. He ruined it a bit by pretending to be Freddie Mercury at the start of it, doing it, hey, all that rubbish. That ruined it a bit for me, because it's like, you're not Freddie, fuck off. And you can't come to Wembley Stadium and do that, alright? Fuck off. But the rest of it, the performance was great, and then he ruined it at the end by basically telling us to go fuck ourselves, and that some really popular English celebrity was a dick. I can't remember who it was now, but it was someone that obviously, as a nation, we love, and he knew that you'd get the heel reaction, because Ospreay is being British. Alright, Tom, yeah, so if you make your way home, mate, I will come get you. But yeah, if you just start heading home, I just thought I want to sort of wrap up and chat, but I have been going on for a little while now, chit-chatting. Like I said, I'm enjoying the conversation, even though no one's talking back at me, you know, I'm enjoying it. So you're born in 99, so you missed out. See, being a Man United fan, that's a very, very, very significant year, because that's the year we won the treble, which I was 15. I turned 15 in 99, because I was born in 84. There's a streaming service called Peacock. Yeah, see, we still have the WWE network. Well, until it goes to Netflix in January. But yeah, we still in the UK we still have the network because obviously NBC isn't a thing over here, so they couldn't give us Peacock. Meet you at the co-op. All right, mate. Not to worry. Yeah, I mean, and I know this is obviously nostalgia-filled goggles, and as they say, rose-tinted goggles, especially. But the Attitude Era it wasn't the best, but it's the most memorable. Like the standard of wrestling is by far better now than it ever was during the Attitude Era. But they had big personalities back then that wrestling nowadays is sadly lacking. I mean, you've got Roman Reigns, you've got Jey Uso, Cody Rhodes, MJF in AEW. You know, that's it. I think those are the only real big personalities that could, you know, as people in the business would say, that would draw money. Those are the sort of people that draw money, that bring the fans in to spend their money. Whereas the people they push, even Bryan Danielson, sorry, I keep going with his WWE name, it's a habit, but I don't think he's that interesting. You know, I get he's good, but he's not that good. I think Ospreay's better. I think Ricochet's better. To be honest, I'm trying to think. Is anyone in WWE I think is better? Roman Reigns, maybe? Like now, Roman Reigns a few years ago, absolutely not. Roman Reigns now, yeah, well, I'd probably say is better. Because he's sensible. Like Bryan Danielson just puts himself at risk all the time. He's like, you had to have your career cut short because of concussions. You get a second chance. What the fuck are you doing, mate? Do you want to end your career? Is that what you're trying to do? Is just finish yourself off? But then I know he's retiring soon anyway, so let him carry on. Is it okay for me to get some sweets? Do you have money on your Monzo card is the question. If you have money on your Monzo card, as long as you don't take the piss, I'm sure your mother will not mind. Okay? So, remember, son, it is your card. It is your responsibility to manage your money. But make sure the contactless thing... Do you remember... Don't type it in chat, but do you remember what your PIN code is? To say yes or no. If you don't remember your PIN code, I'll text it to you. Don't write it in the chat. I'll not be happy if you do. No worries, Rook. Okay, well, it's been nice chatting with you too. To be honest with you, I'm about to wrap it up because I need to go pick up Tom and so on and so forth. So, Taker sent me the next corner. What happened in the next corner? Oh, I didn't realise he'd sent me this. I'm not chit-chatting too much. I've got to watch this now. Okay, so that's where he gets the big penalty. Okay, go up the outside. Oh, yep. Just dive bombs you there. Oof. Wow. Shocking. Oh, Toka. Okay, yeah, I'll message you back on that one. That's fucking ridiculous. Like, this game's penalty sometimes is just absolutely shocking. It's the same as mummies, yeah. I love the fact you put mothers. Like, you never call her mother. You don't even call her mum. And that's mum, not mom. Because we spell it M-U-M over here. Not M-O-M. So if it doesn't sound like I'm saying mom, it's because I'm not. I'm saying mum. So do bear that in mind. American people, we don't always use the same word for the same thing. It's sometimes spelt slightly different. I mean, yours is technically correct because it's mother, not mother. But here it is, here and there. I mean, we all say dad, don't we? No one, you know, for father, we all say dad. So it's just each to their own. But yeah. Anyway, guys, I think I will wrap it up for that one, or for today, should I say. So everyone that's come along, I much appreciated you coming and spending your time with me today. I'm just checking what we're at sub count wise. I always like to check before I get off, so I'm just refreshing my page. So at the moment we are at 187 subscribers, so indeed I have gained 2 today. So thank you to Rook and whomever else subscribed. How many likes did we get on the stream today? Sorry, it takes figuring all this out because OBS doesn't tell me this shit. That's why I want to switch to Streamlabs, I think, because Streamlabs actually tells me this stuff that OBS doesn't. 8 likes, so thank you everyone for engaging in that regard, and obviously those that I've messaged in and said hello. Thank you. So tomorrow, everybody, tomorrow is Arc Day. I was planning on last week building my base. I haven't built the base, but I don't want to do that tomorrow. So tomorrow, I think it's gonna be saber-tooth taming time. I feel I need to make a bunch of kibble, so we'll start off with how to make regular kibble. So anyone that needs to know how to learn how to make regular kibble, I will show you how to do that, even though the game tells you nowadays, unlike the old game. And then, yeah, we're just going to make up a huge batch of regular kibble and then go out and tame 4 or 5, however many high-level sabers we can find. Basically try and get us a good breeding stock, because I'm making a few changes. I'm using the awesome spyglass, or super spyglass. I wasn't going to, but I am, because it's going to make life so much easier for me when it comes to breeding. So executive decision was made. So that will be tomorrow. I'll be on, as always, sometime between 9 and 10. It's obviously when I get back home and have my breakfast and get this all set up as soon as possible. So sometime between 9 and 10 I'll be on, and so we'll do Arc, and then back for those who are just interested in the Forza, that will be on Monday. So anyway, guys, also anyone want to comment about or leave a comment in the video about the new placement of the camera, tell me what you think. Obviously having it directly there, like I said, if I have a slouch day, you end up not seeing my face. So I feel like this is better for everyone all round if I have it here. But let me know what you think otherwise. But anyway, that's going to wrap it up for this one. So thanks for joining me, and I will see you either tomorrow or Monday. Bye.